You may hear something, or you may find that your smell, like, oh, I smell this, I'm connecting to the other side. So there's somebody there that smokes cigars. So maybe that's your grandfather or something. So that's saying your grandfather's around you. But you pay attention to the different clears, the hearing, the taste. Maybe you taste your grandmother's chocolate chip cookies and she's on the other side. So this is all about developing your gifts. The gifts. Um, and I have in here, like, everybody, I don't know if you guys believe this or not all of you, but every one of us has lived many lifetimes, maybe hundreds, maybe thousands, but we keep coming back. Why do we keep coming back? Okay. We keep coming back because it's beautiful, it's blue, it's green, and we want to be with our loved ones that we were with before. And maybe you'll come back, maybe you won't be their lover this time, maybe you'll be their mother or their cousin or their child, but it's your way of reconnecting with a past life, okay? But we do have past lives, and in this book, I walk you through a whole script that you can read. You can focus, read it, and read it into a recorder or read it into your phone. And then say maybe you have a fear of heights. Maybe you're in an amusement park a few lifetimes ago and you fell from the Ferris wheel, and that's how you died. So obviously that's going to stay with you. But oftentimes we don't realize, why do we have this feeling? Maybe you have certain birthmarks on your body and you think, why do I have a birthmark there? Usually a birthmark shows you that that is a place that you were shot with an arrow, or shot with a gun in a previous lifetime. Oftentimes, I have a whole thing in here, questions you can ask yourself about past lives. And oftentimes, if you have a fear of something, like a fear of water or whatever, you do this past life regression and you find out what it is, and that fear goes away. It's so amazing. And there's a lot about that in here, because I'm a hypnotherapist, certified hypnotherapist. But this is like everything I've ever taught, everything I've ever learned in the 40 years I've been into this field, this career. Like I said, the last chapter's on angels. I'm glad I'm there because I love angels. I believe in angels. When I lived in Boston, going to art school, I'd walk the streets, go on the subway. I wasn't afraid because I knew I was always protected. Habit to get into. The minute you get in the car, before you start it, just surround that car with protection from your angels and your loved ones. And, it's amazing how many times you don't do that and you almost get in an accident and think, I better surround this car with the angels, it helps you. I have stuff in here on protection, how to protect yourself. First of all, if you're around people that are sucking your energy, get away from them, run, but sometimes we can't. Sometimes we're around our family members, or can't just run away from, or our worker, employees, other employees. But there's ways you can learn to protect yourself. You can kind of put a cocoon around you, and there's all kinds of ways. We have auras, we have energy around everybody, everything is energy. It's just a matter of learning to work with it. So I don't know how long I've been talking, but do we have questions? Sure.
So you're saying, like, to put that protection prayer out, can you give us an example of what that sounds like what you would say before you get into the car?
Okay, well, like, even when I do a reading, I just say, give me just a minute, let me say a prayer to the other side, and I would just ask that they surround me with love and light and protection before I do the reading. Because I don't want somebody taking my energy, and I don't want to give them bad energy or anything, because we're all fragile. We're all full of love. And that's another reason why I wrote this book, and that's why I named it this, because we are all brothers and sisters, okay? We should love one another. But sometimes we're around people that maybe their energy is not that great, so you don't want to be around them. But it's very important that you love yourself and that you love your gifts and you trust your gifts. And anything that comes through to you, you feel good about. Everybody deserves to be here and to be happy and to enjoy life and to make the most of it. You know, there's not much you can do when you're young and if you have parents that are very negative or anything, but when you grow up, there's no excuse. There's no excuse to be miserable. You get away, create your own life. And I've got all this stuff in here, how to be happy, how to live a meaningful life. And it's just really important that we do what we can so we can have a great life and make the most of it. You know, people around us die, our animals die. I've lost 2 dogs this last year, and it really broke my heart. But it's part of life. And just know that all of them are in a better place. And we will see them. They'll be the first ones to welcome you when you get on the other side, even your little pets. They'll be there. And did that explain? So I would say, kind of like when you say a prayer, you want to ask for protection and love surrounding you. And when I do mediumship, okay, in order to connect with the other side, I say a prayer, able to help the audience, help anybody with any message, okay? But I also, I have a good thing I do, and I think everybody should do this. You know, when you're faced in a situation or you have to talk to other people or whatever, you want to ground yourself. And so what I do is I just visualize like roots coming down from my feet, going way into Mother Earth, drawing up this beautiful blue energy. Okay, and this energy just courses the entire body through me, it goes up, and it goes over to the other side, to the heavens. And I picture this beautiful golden light coming down from the heavens, and it comes down through my crown chakra, and it, you know, I have all about the chakras. But anyway, as it comes down, it mingles with that blue energy. What does it do? It creates this green healing energy. So that energy courses down through my crown chakra, it fills my entire being with perfect healing energy. And then I just, but you know, I do it so automatic now, but then I do a reading for somebody, or then I do the platform mediumship. And I'll teach you all about that in here. You know, everybody can talk, can visit with their loved ones. Sometimes you'll be going to bed and you might say, okay, you know, Aunt Rose, I really want to connect with you. And just keep thinking about them. And then you might have or you might have a dream about something that is related to what did I say, Rose or something? Yeah, I don't have an Aunt Rose, but always around us. No reason to be unhappy or feel alone in this world. Loved ones, people that care. We have angels. All you got to do is like, say you're having a hard time making a decision. Do I do this or do I do that? What I usually do, I just close my eyes and say, okay, angels, this way or that way, yes or no? And I'll get an answer. And you'll get that gut feeling or that feeling in your solar plexus or in your heart, and you will know you're making the right decision. And you just have to learn, with all this stuff, you just have to learn to trust it. Have faith that you're doing the best you can. You know, we're not all perfect. My book isn't perfect. I have a couple of grammatical errors. We had an error for 8 months. In 8 months, she didn't do anything. Like, I guess I'm going to have to do it myself because I didn't know any editors. So I edited this myself. And then when it was printed, I said, oh my God, how could I write that word like that? So we're not perfect, but it's a good book and it's my heart's in it. And, it's 40 years of a lot of teaching and a lot of love and training. And, we're all here to help each other. And that's what it's all about. If you can't help one another, then what's the sense of it? But it's all about love. Love. So when you're in a situation, and we all have these situations, we have our ups and downs in life. We have our scary stuff and all that. Like I have one girl that I don't know where she gets these ideas, like somebody's stalking her, or they put things in her house, and she says, "What do you think?" I said, "I don't even entertain that idea. I don't even entertain anything negative because I have my angels here to protect me. So I don't need that. And you have a choice. It's a choice that you make to accept this negative stuff or not." So I believe in not going there. But we all have our days. We all have our ups. We all have our downs. And the main thing is believe that you're here for a reason. There's no accident here. There's no coincidences. You didn't just drop from the heavens. There's a reason. Before you came here, you chose for your own spiritual good what you were going to learn, what you were going to grow from, and what you were going to do. Okay? There's no coincidences. There's no accidents. So just remember that. There's a reason you're here. And when you're done learning everything you need to learn, then you probably have the choice to go. Okay? But we all have a lot of things to work out here, and you just do the best you can. You take baby steps sometimes. You can't, change everything, but we do the best we can. We try to make a difference in the world. And it's all about love and not choosing fear, but choosing love. So I thank you all for coming. I don't know how long I talked, but I know I talked a lot. Is there any other questions? Okay, well, thank you guys so much. And I will be teaching mediumship at Rising Phoenix on Thursday night, just once a month. I do the fairs all the time. We're so grateful to have the fair here. And then I'll be at the Phoenix Psychic Fair next Sunday. And then on the 28th, I'll be at Missy's Mysteries Fair. That's in Scottsdale. Anybody know where that store is? It's a beautiful store. It's just like this one, gorgeous. But we'll have a fair going on. There's just three of us. There'll be Dawn, Julie, and I doing that fair. So, what? Yeah, next Sunday is the Phoenix Psychic Fair, and it's in Tempe. It's at the DoubleTree by Hilton. It's a real nice hotel. And they have areas we can sit outside under the trees, under the umbrellas, or sit inside. So it's really nice. But there is a little fee, I think $5 online or $7 if you just get there. But I thank you all very much. The book is $20 if you're interested, and it's on Amazon for $20. So, did I talk long enough?
Yeah, talked long enough. You did a good job. Let's
Thank
hear it
you.
for her. We'll take watching that.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I have a whole bunch over there.
Yeah, and this is one of the bookstores that carries her book. She's in
Yeah.
I think 7, right?
Seven here,
throughout the
yeah.
valley. So they're supporting her, and they support local. And that's the important thing about this fair specifically is we're all local, and we are all supporting each other. We're like a little family.
He is the one that's responsible for getting me online on Tuesday mornings. I do free readings on Tuesday mornings at 8:00 in the morning on Facebook with Julie. Julie runs everything and does readings. So on Tuesday mornings at 8:00 on Facebook or YouTube, you can just put my name in there or Julie's name, and you'll get right in, and you can ask a question. And we're real quick. We do like at least 25 while we're on. We just do, but it's fun. We have a lot of fun.
If you have not experienced this reading from a tarot or whatever, or a psychic or even mediumship, we don't do much mediumship work online because it's a little difficult. sometimes people energies come in and they want to be heard, and when that happens, you can't help but speak to them because they are insistent. But we do this. It's a good way to see how it works and get a feel for it. And they're only quick and brief reads, so they're not really in depth. And then of course it gives you an idea. Then you can reach out to the individual offline or off the show and get private readings. But it's a good way to put your fingers and your toes into the water and say, is this right? Maybe not. Or yeah, hey,
and
I like
and
this.
then we have Psychic Squad on Tuesday evenings with Dawn. And so what it is about 20 something of us people. We do this on Zoom. We just do readings for each other, whether you're doing it by cards or you're just doing it with your psychic stuff. It's awesome. So if you're interested, you will talk to Dawn or get online, advice at Sonoran Mystic Tarot, and you would get on there and he will Zoom you in. It's from 6 to 8 on Tuesday evening.
And it's free. We don't charge for that.
And it's so much
And
fun.
It's a collective of folks who are just like-minded, no judgment. We have people from India. We have people from England. We have
Scotland,
people from all over Scotland,
Madagascar.
all over the country as well. Come in and they drop in, and it's interesting because England folks are like 7 hours out, so they're like 3. They start at 2:30 in the morning there, or 2, and run till 4. And then the people in India are 12 hours, 11 or 12 hours out. So it's amazing when you're working with them. They're in a whole different world, but we're all sharing.
And Trish does it.
I do
Yep.
it.
Yeah.
And you know the best thing about this? Everybody in that group is supportive of each other. They're not jealous, they're not competitive. You just have a good time and everybody has something to offer. So you do a reading for I do a reading for you, you do a reading for me. And it's just wonderful. So that's what we're all supposed to do. Help each other, lift each other up, and show that we care.
So that's advice.
Thank you.
mystictarot.com if you want to email and have that link
See you
sent to
see it on the
That
shirt?
link goes every 2. It's the same, so you don't have to ever worry if you don't want to go. If you want to go that Tuesday, click the link and join in. So it's totally whoever drops in. It's very comfortable and relaxing.
And what's so interesting, Dawn comes up with all these crazy exercises for us to do. We never know what he's going to have us do, but it's so much fun. So if you're interested, please join. It's fun.
Susan's going to be reading now as well after we're done here. So if you want to have a reading with her or anybody else, please don't hit stop.
Yeah.
If you get a reading, we have a coupon for you. Our secret 5 words. Healing, we have 2, and then we have a 10% discount if you buy any of the healing services or the readings. You get 10% discount off anything you might buy in the store today as well. So there's some goodies there. And then we're going to take about 5 minutes. You guys can get relax, stretch your legs, and
And
move
I really
around.
appreciate
And
you
it's-
letting me ramble on and on and on.
And then Scott will speak after that, about 5 minutes. Okay. Thank you all.
Guys. Thank you, everybody.
Hey, Scott. Hello, sir. How you been? I know you. Yeah.
I guess I should turn this. Scott, whenever you're ready, just put this on wherever, or whatever. Put this on your shirt, and all set up and everything's set right there. So you just you can see your name and
I see. Hi.
What do you expect?
Hopefully. I don't know. I've been asking what we're doing, and I'm just going to shoot from the hip and see what happens.
Yeah, I don't know if you're doing the fair
So,
yet in November, but I'll be out.
wow, I was, half blown away.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
I'll be there tomorrow.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. On camera. Of what? Hope I don't embarrass myself.
so you just want to get there and then people call in.
I was just thinking, okay, I can't say that, and I can't say that. I'll behave.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yep.
What time did they stop? Do you know?
Did who stop?
He said give 5 minutes.
I thought around noon. I don't know. What time
Okay.
is it?
So do you want to wait 3 more minutes?
Sure.
It's like reading, not being. The point is it opens up energy. And so, I mean, if you're not.
Okay.
Yeah, because I know that's exactly. We need energy. But what I mean by that is that cards are a tool.
I guess I will shut this off.
So the cards are
We've been over to Chase.
This is probably the furthest west I've known of a psychic shop. Okay. On our platforms, on Don's, and everything else. Hang on, we're coming.
Yes,
Talk amongst yourselves. And I have 2 people to talk to. I haven't. I saw him.
And then we'll just and you tell me that we'll go on top of the deck. So again, that's how I'm.
What's he connected with? Oh, I heard I heard Sean talking about she couldn't get any response from the Psychic Fair people, which is what I went through. Oh. Testimony too.
Okay, so again, you
Okay.
So like when the President of the United States is making wise ass remarks and the microphone's on.
Yes.
I think Reagan did it once. Somebody.
Yes. It is 12:05, so we're going to get started here. For everybody who's, please come on in.
We'll round up the troops. Hi.
Yep, we'll round out the troops. That's okay. We'll get started. You're on the camera out front too, so.
Oh.
This is Scott Underwood. He is part of Just Spiritually Speaking, which all of us are part of. And Just Spiritually Speaking is the one that has the Tuesday night classes online. And we all met at Everything Just Rocks with Gina Escoto and Mystic Course Journeys. And we still go to the Monday night classes, but and Scott is usually there as well, do the Monday night
Every Monday
classes.
night.
And he also comes on Tuesday night classes with Just
You're
Spiritually
familiar with
Speaking.
those. You may not be. But
And that's in Tempe.
Mhm.
But Scott is a channeler, and he channels, and he wrote a book. So, Scott?
I'll turn myself loose with you guys.
Yes. Now, can everybody hear one of them?
I don't know. If you're interested, you've seen this probably, me peddling my book. Haven't you? It's a book that sort of broke loose my ability to do channeling. And it's essentially a journey of me and them. I call them many names depending on my mood, but generally I call them they. And it was by connection with them at literally a book writing seminar in Sedona, which generated this. But in the process, a lot of awarenesses came to me, and what would I say? A lot of connections and abilities that I didn't realize I had, and clarity, et cetera, et cetera. But what I wanted to do is, the more I did this, the more frustrated I got, having been of a generation where nobody told me how to do this stuff. You know, you sort of crash into walls and learn your own. And we're not taught this stuff. It's just when this stuff jumps out at you in a car accident, or who knows, whatever the situation is, it generates the unusual. And I would emphasize that the first thing I recall that was of major, I was sitting in a high school class, English class, and in the day in California, we had a lot of literature thrown at us all the time. And it was a classroom situation, and I'm dead center back. The teacher was there. I'm right back at the end of the row facing her, and there's rows on either side of me of fellow students. And whatever she was talking about had to do with a paragraph in the book that we were studying at the time. And all of a sudden, I got this rush that I knew what she said was not correct, philosophically. And I blurted out, "No, that's not right. It's this, this, this." And the whole class just went quiet. And I sort of went, "Uh-oh, what did I just do?" And I sort of sank in my chair, and I'm looking around. But my point is, that came from beyond me. I didn't know it then at 17 or 16, whatever it was. But now I know what it was. It was just a connection and it happened so fast and so abruptly. The words came out of my mouth, and I was steadfast convinced that what I was saying was right. Well, the teacher went zero. She just looked at me, and she was older than me, much older at the time. And then she went like this. So I knew I wasn't in trouble. But in the day, to blurt out, not in defiance, but in objection to a teacher, wasn't really common to do. But my point is, you've had those channeling moments, whether you're aware of them or not. It may have been on a date. It may have been with a parent. It may have been with a cohort. If you recall or think back about those moments when I don't know where that came from, kind of thing. I was in an interview for a job that I chased for 6 years. And I'd given it everything I had. My big moment, I'm in my new 3-piece suit. I'm in San Francisco that had to do with an airline. Interview went fine, but I had 5 World War II pilots interviewing me because it was for a flying job. And right at the end of the interview, words came out of my mouth that had nothing to do with the interview. I shouldn't have said them. They meant nothing. But it had to do with my lack of experience in Vietnam and how I ended up not going to Vietnam and blah, blah, blah. But the point was, I was talking to 5 father, mother country individuals who I knew the interview was done. I knew I did not get the job. I just knew because of the words that came out of my mouth. Beat myself up for the next 40 years before I realized whatever had worked with me on that day, those words came through me. They came out in that particular time because I was getting into something that I didn't realize I was getting into, and it was saving me. So I share that experience because a lot of people have had them, and not knowing where it's come from, you don't know that divine energy is around you. But I'm here to tell you it is. and it's around you more than you're aware of, and you're not taught it's there. That's my one frustration. I thought, why didn't somebody tell me this was it? Because I was raised in conventional religion. I was, a little town like Mayberry, USA, and it always fascinated me. The older I got, the more I realized what was going on. So when you say channeling, I say it's just a place of going into your head where you're connecting with the sources bigger than you are. I'm not going to give it a name. Everybody has their own. I call it that God spot in my head. And the other thing I would have you do is pay attention to what you're thinking, and when you're thinking it, what part of the head is it coming in? My experiences, and I share this with you, if I'm talking to something beyond me, I get it right brain, right front. If I'm driving my car and I'm mad, it's over here on this side. And a game that I play with everybody, close your eyes just for a second, and I want you to visualize a Christmas tree, which shouldn't be hard. Now visualize a school bus. And now you can, for the heck of it, visualize the barber pole, one with the curly white colors on it. And now put a finger on your forehead where you're visualizing those. It should be like right between your eyes somewhere there. Right. That's your vision center. That's your imagination center. And when the energy that's around me works with me, I get images. And they give me a picture in there to go on reference the person I'm working with. So I call it guided thoughts. I even get pictures on a given day when I need to take a vitamin. I'm walking the house and give me a picture of some supplements. Oh, okay, I'll go take that. What I'm trying to do is let you know that you're guided way more than you think you are. You're not alone. You're not isolated. But nobody ever told you this was available. So that book was me connecting with that source, finally. And I had a lot of angry questions that I threw out at them, and they nicely come back and explain things, so I don't have to be angry anymore. And I wouldn't say angry as much as I would say, what the heck's going on? I wanted answers. I'd like to be the guy to get to the other side and take home movies and bring them back, and say, hey, this is what's really going on over there when we get out of here. Something that I thought we might try, I just want to show you, because this is also energy related. And if you want to wow your grandkids or kids, this is an energy ball, and you can get them online. And all this little ball does, it has two metal prongs. If you connect those prongs, they light up without going to all the rigmarole of doing it. If we all held hands in a circle, and one of us did this, and the other person did this, and anybody broke the connection in the circle, the light would go out. The point being, the subtle energy that's going through all of us if we're connected. And we were doing this the other day, and what I noticed was that the other person holding the ball, we did this. If I let go, there was a delay. It kept going for a little while, but it would shut off. But I find that fascinating, and I share that with you. They're great stocking stuffers if you want to get them for your grandkids for Christmas. And say, see, everything is energy. And all it takes is your fingers to connect that ball. So that's my energy ball story. Channeling. If you... And those of you that just came in, what we've been talking about, and what I want to convey the most is everybody's done it sometime, somewhere, somehow. Either maybe when you're mad, or maybe when you're not mad. But I'm just trying to create awareness that it's going on with everybody. Somehow, somewhere you've tapped in. The other thing that when I was pondering what we were going to talk about on the way up today, a big thing that has showed up in my life lately is energy as an individual or two individuals together. We're all sort of in this need to have energy, either physical contact, verbal energy exchange, or connection somehow, some way. But I suddenly realized that I want to feel wanted. And everybody else wants to feel wanted somehow, some way. I think that's why we have dogs, because you open the door, the dogs come running toward you, and you feel wanted until you can't stand it anymore, and you see go away. But the point being, we had a reading yesterday, Julie and I, on our show, and I clearly understood that the husband and the wife that were together, I was picking up wife, working with her, and I suddenly sensed husband in the ethers. And the point of what happened was, husband was feeling left out. They had been busy remodeling their house, and whatever was going on in the family structure, he was feeling alienated from her emotionally. And the message was, hey, you better pay attention to your husband. He's feeling left out. But that's how subtle the channeling can be, or the impression you can get from somebody on a given situation. What else are the other things we've gotten? Julie and I sit there and we're given words. One woman she was overstressed at work, and the message was basically take 5. And Julie and I both got it at the same time. Where does that come from? I don't have a name for it. I'll let you name it. It's developing a sensitivity of keying in on this stuff and being open and trusting to what you're getting. More than once, we've sat in groups and practice, and the newbie or the new sitter or the new arrival will get a message, and they don't know what's happening because they just lack of experience. And they will say, I'm just making this up. They're not making that up. You're getting it. You're getting a message. And the art form in this is to trust the words that you're hearing in your head, or trust the feeling that you're getting, and just have the confidence to throw it out. It doesn't matter. What are the key points in channeling? I will tell you that the experience that I've had being pushed into this, I don't know if that's a correct word or not, but the experiences I've told you about where the channeling was taking place, in those moments, I clearly thought it was me being my own person, me doing my own, what would I say, my own thinking, my own processing. But now they're reminding me of experience I had in Flagstaff. I was driving the Volkswagen from hell that I had bought while I was at college. I tried to take it up to go skiing, which I did, and we were on the way back. The roads were all snowy as it can get up there in Flagstaff, and I was driving way too fast for the conditions. And I had gotten the chain required area. I took the chains off the car and the Volkswagen hood, threw the chain and shut it down, started driving again. I clearly heard, short of actual verbal tones, your hood is going to fly up in about 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, boom, this hood flew up at 60 miles an hour. And I'm going, among other things, there was just enough crack at the bottom of the hood that I could see out the windshield through this crack and steer to the side. I can't convey to you how loud that message was, how real that message was. And if it hadn't been for that warning, that 3-second warning gave me, when it happened, I was going, holy Moses, this is really happening, but I was under control. I didn't freak. I've had somebody told me they were in a car accident lately, and they clearly felt them here, which prevented them from slamming into the steering wheel. If you get into these corners and get people to open up, those stories seem to abound. Especially if you get in a group that decides to convey stuff, because usually people are afraid to let them out. But we aren't taught this stuff in school. We aren't told this in school. We aren't told this in Sunday school. We aren't told any of this, which was, as I got older, I got a little resentful for it, but I was like, hey, what the heck? I'm not going to worry about it. But I'm just telling you, it is here. It's real. I've experienced it. Not that you would experience the same things I do. When something out of the ordinary happens, go with it and accept it. A friend of mine yesterday, she got a $287 traffic ticket. I heard about it more than once. And so I got a message from her this morning. She was driving to Scottsdale. She calls them downloads. And her download was, they told her she got the ticket on purpose. She'd never had a traffic ticket before. She was going 57 and 45. Not like her to do that. And she was on her way to church last Sunday to do this. So the point of the story was the download told her that happened on purpose. It was done, and they called it in divine order to prepare her or to give her awareness, especially in that area, of an accident that could be happening in the future. And now she will be more aware when she's driving through that. You never forget where the camera is, the one that flashes when you know when you gotta go. So now she's highly aware of that zone. And she gets downloads like they're talking to her in the next seat. So I had that text to fall back on. There again, one of those experiences you're not told about in Sunday school or high school or any other school until it happens to you. And the beauty of it is, as a kid, I always wanted to believe in something magic. And Santa Claus, something I was told about. And when that didn't work out, I thought, okay, now what I'm going to look for. But the point is, I'm telling you, there's a Santa Claus. It just doesn't look like we were taught he was supposed to be. There's something looking out for you. There's something coming your way. And the channeling is fascinating because I don't have to take blame. There was a sitcom character, you might remember him. I can't think of his name now, but he had a character that he portrayed. It was I'll think of it in a minute. But he always blamed everything on the devil. The devil made me do it. The devil made me. Well, see, I can channel, and I'm not in trouble for the words that come out of my mouth. It's thin. That's my excuse. So I use that channeling. What else can you use it for? Lots of things. The biggest thing would be at the back of my book. I even have a session with the Christ energy. I just refer to him as Jesus, and I address him as Sir, because I got a million questions about that. What we were told versus what really happened, maybe. And so there's 30 pages at the back. And I did that. I put that in the book in case, because I run into people who are traditionally trained in religion, and then there are people who are more in tune with this environment. Not that either is right or wrong. And then if you hang in this environment long enough, you run into people that don't say have switched sides, but they find more comfort, as I did, in being able to connect with this energy directly, rather than taking somebody's word for it on the stage or in a pulpit or on a TV telethon, that type of thing. So I always want to go right to the top dog and say, hey, give me the real scoop here. So that's what I tried to convey in the book. And they have since told me that was more my journey, but it's something too that I've got parental stuff in there. I've got, as we all do, everybody could write a book on their parental experience, right? And their connection, especially as you get older. You go, wait a minute, I remember when you did that to me. So the point of the story being, channeling is a gift I think we all have. And it's like anything else. You go to the gym to build muscles. The more you practice, the easier you get. I really opened up doing this way more than I expected when we got to the seminar. And there are other seminars out there that are able to write stories. But what I did notice, it seems a lot of people write self-published books. It seems to be everybody's journey. Everybody has a different one. Some people can relate, some people can't. But I was just totally intrigued with the idea of being able to connect with that source. And I'm doing a fair good job at it. I would urge you to go to that what I call that God spot, that zone in your head, what you, and it takes practice to find out where that zone is. I'm trying to think what else we training. The delicate frailty of the energy, it's amazing. It can come through strong, it can come through weak, it can come through a picture, it can come through with a feeling. For those of you who are sensitive, not all people are visual. And it comes through in guided thoughts, it comes through in a feeling, an easy feeling, a confident feeling, and on and on and on. Other than that, it's simply a matter of sitting down and doing it, or being open to the possibilities of it. Even in meditation, you'll get a thought. You wake up in the morning and you have a thought that you didn't have the day before, or a thought is amplified with something working in your brain. I'm convinced it's been working with you. I've even been on jobs in the profession I'm in, which is plumbing. I didn't know how we were going to tackle this particular situation because it was bizarre. And all of a sudden, I got a brilliant idea. Well, I used to call them brilliant ideas. I now know where they come from, because I thought I was so proud of myself. Oh, look what I figured out. Well, now I know where it really came from, because it comes in an instant. I had it happen in the high school situation. We were working on a car. I was helping a friend who had a car similar to mine, and I thought I could fix his problem. And we kept agonizing over the particular problem. All of a sudden, it just hit me like a rock what the deal was. And I felt so silly why hadn't I thought of it before. But what I'm getting at is when those inspirations come in, or the ahas, it just understand the brilliance isn't yours. At least that's my belief now, the older I get. But you've had a lot of help along the way. So I'm saying, look for the brilliant thoughts, look for the guided thoughts, look for the subtle thoughts, look for the things that remind you. You keep having a repeating thought. I had a situation the other day. I said, why didn't you remind me about this? Because I considered the situation to be important enough that it would have been monitored, and they would have. Well, the point was, it didn't matter, so they weren't too concerned about me having this particular deal in place. And has anybody had channeling experiences that you think? I get that you probably did. That doesn't surprise me at all. And yeah, you had them. I tried to make jokes about. I remember when I was at ASU, we'd go out in the desert, which is not there anymore, out where Awatuki, and we'd just have these fire parties and drink and try to get home. And I remember I had a date with me one night. She and I just weren't clicking. We'd gone out 2 or 3 times, and some words came out of my mouth. Not that they were arbitrary or mean, but just the phraseology hit a nerve with her. And I wasn't trying to hit a nerve, but it did. And that was probably the last time we went out together. The point being, something came through me to her in that instant that made her see something she wouldn't have seen in any other condition. So I'm saying maybe that's why she and I were dating. She had to hear those words, and life went on. And it's you ever stood in a grocery store or wherever and heard a stranger say something that you're not connected with, but you hear their words, it makes you think or makes you turn your head. Or here's an example. I had an in-law at the time, and she suddenly developed breast cancer, but she developed it to the point to where she ignored it. And it was very obvious, to the point where her husband finally saw the tumor one night. He said, "What the hell?" And she was just choosing to deny it or ignore it. She had had several warnings. It's like the billboard that's advertising the breast cancer marathon, or the person in the grocery store that you hear talking to another person about having to get a mammogram or whatever the subtle. But she kept getting these signals given to her as she kept ignoring them. But that's the universe at work in a channeling sense if you're tuned into it. So it's a matter of anything that pops in your vision, anything that pops into your hearing, your thought, I take as something energetic trying to say, hey, we're knocking on the door here, do something about it. I have a friend who she gets hammered about fasting. She has a very sensitive body physically. And they've been saying, they went her on a 7-day fast, which she's done before, and she's being very resistant to it this time. Well, the final word on the plate the other day was, we keep telling you to fast, we're not going to tell you again. She told me this because it was so loud and clear to her. So it's your choice. You can take these messages to heart or don't. Another thing that's interesting. I was in my truck one day, and it was a Ford van, and it had an oil temperature pressure gauge on one side of the dash. I never look at that gauge. I just don't even think about it. I'm going down the freeway toward Tucson. Something turns my head and it says, look at the gauge. And I realize my oil pressure's down. So I immediately turn the engine off. The point being, I don't know why I looked at that gauge, because I never do. But something was telling me there was something wrong. And there was. And it saved the day. Had I ignored that thing, I'd have kept on going. So anytime something taps me on the head visually or mentally or emotionally, I think, okay, what's that about? What's about? Why did this happen? Why am I thinking this? And I question my reaction. And so I'm just urging you to tune in. I was talking to Don this morning about how amazing this energy is, this system is, this awareness is, and the transference, and how much we are not taught to tune into. That's there for the asking, there for the comfort, there for the the reassurance. And I look at this life as, pretend you're a teacher on a playground with little kids, and you've all been on a playground. My sense as an individual trying to learn as much as I can is, we're all turned loose on the playground. There's the merry-go-round or the swing. Of course, those are too dangerous anymore. They don't let the kids play on those, but that's my generation. But the point being, you turn everybody loose on the playground and they can jump on whatever they want to play. It's not the teacher's job to say, you go on the swing and you go over here and climb this. Just let them explore. I'm just saying that in your exploring, tune in and listen and be aware. There was a book called You Are Psychic. It was written by a naval officer. And this naval officer got all these accolades and awards. He always showed up on the ship just about the time something crazy was about to go wrong. The engines were blowing, or the guys were doing the wrong thing on the equipment, whatever it was. He just always had a sense to be there. He was talking about receptors on the side of your head. But the point being that he was tuned in, but he got medals for it. But if he saved the ship, I don't know what he did, but he was tuned in, and then he wrote books about trying to tune other people in. So I'm standing here saying, channeling, there's something around you much bigger than you've ever been told is there. It's ready and willing for you to tap into and anxious to be part of, because if you let that energy work with you, it also helps that energy work with what they're trying to achieve. And whether you're in training to become one of them to deal with people like this, I don't know whether that's a good thing or not. Because I think we wear them out sometimes. Can you imagine how often you got it? Well, like the fasting I just told you about. How often do you want, as a guardian angel, want to tell somebody to do something that they're not going to listen to? And you go, okay, fine. Doesn't matter. Your choice. So I don't have any more profound things to talk about. Just the point I wanted to make was this stuff is real. It's fun. It's energizing. It's nurturing, and it's full of, what should I say, restoring your faith in physical life and non-physical life. It gives you a tool. That's the other thing too. It's not always comfortable. I will be driving along. Driving is an interesting place to try to channel because it's consuming this side of your head, at least in my world. And not that I'm not driving down the road with my eyes closed, but I have found that I can ask a question about something, and I'll have the answer coming back before I've even finished the question. So that's how tapped in this thing is, how connected it is. And even in times of stress, or the hard part's get quiet down enough to do it. Because if you're in oil or you've had a bad night's sleeping, but it comes like at speed of light. And if this intrigues you, you don't have to read my book to learn to do it. It's a matter of being quiet, being willing to learn to do it. But my book gives you an example. I've got some copies. It's available on Amazon. You don't have to buy it, but it's just, I had questions about my parents, and they explained the interaction. They did, there was a concept that was introduced to me, and I said, what about this? And the concept is, I remember my reaction. You pick who you are, you pick your environment, at least to go around. To experience a particular lineage or what would I say, life experiences for whatever reason you want to learn. There's an excellent book called Hello Mama, It's Me. It was given to me at a psychic fair here locally. And the gist of the story was she was in her 50s when I talked to her. 42-year-old son moved home who had been a lifelong addict on many levels, but he still functioned in real estate. And lived with her 2 years, went out one night, said, Mom, I'm going out. She said, okay. And he came back, went to bed, and woke up dead in the morning. He'd gotten into fentanyl. Well, she had learned that she could hear. And in this case, he was stretching around the house and he was saying, what's going on? What's going on? She could hear him. Said, hey, you're dead. This is all recapitulated. But the gist of the book was, he said he had to come back as a lifelong addict because she kept track of his with her in the challenge she was getting from him. But his point of existence, he had been abusive to other addicts and other experiences, to where he was either downtrodden on them, put them down, abused them, whatever the reason was. And he had to experience what it's like to not be able to control the addiction. He had been in and out of rehab, and on and on and on. And it was interesting because if her words are correct in what she translated, what he gave her, I didn't like the guy. He was an addict. I didn't like his verbiage. I didn't like his attitude. And not in a, I wish you to condemn him, but it was interesting. As a person I would meet on the street, he's not a guy I would relate to and hang out with. But he had all the attitudes and traits of what I would consider to be an addictive person. But the point being, he chose that life. Well, where I'm going with this is, in my experience where I learned this, it was through a casual friend. And she did light channeling, and she was mad at her husband for dying. She had 2 young boys, and she was a single parent. And she was saying that at the time, she started channeling with him, saying, hey, what the heck, what'd you leave for? And he said, get over it. This is what we agreed on. So here you have a husband and a wife. she was left with the boys alone. I can't, who knows? You'd have to get to their soul level and dig and dive, but the point being, you've asked for this, so don't complain about it. And if you get a hammer down, they just say, okay, how can I make this better? Ask. And I go to bed at night and I say, I just throw up before I go to bed and say, hey, what is it you need me to know? And you don't have to wait to go to bed. You can do that during the day. What would you have me know right here, right now, in this moment? And it's interesting what you get back. You get back lots of possible alternatives to consider. They'll never tell you what to do. This energy does not tell you what to do. It does not tell you to buy lottery tickets, and it does not tell you to invest in this thing or that thing, and it does not tell you to buy a new car. But it's very, we're here for you. I hear a lot, we're here. And I go, okay, thank you. But then I'm waiting for more. It doesn't always come. But the support is amazing. You know, you got something with you besides just polluted air. And there is something to fall back on. Just like the day in the Volkswagen, your hood's going to fly up. That stuff's amazing. That stuff is truly amazing. And I've had more than one thing like that in my life happen. And I'm just telling you, keep tuning in. It'll happen to you too if it hasn't already. So without dragging this out, does anybody have any questions or particulars or have an experience to share? Nothing? You've always wondered why you met the person you met to marry? Yeah.
Well, I had several experiences, and I used to be able to kind of communicate with these people. But yesterday I was at work, and there's a couple of patients that that I made friends with, and I had to take a lunch break. And somebody came from the back and said, "Go ahead and go." And my phone is on the computer. So I said, "No, I'm staying here. I'm staying here." If that girl would have logged in with me, a patient called and was having an emergency situation and only wanted to talk to me. The girl works from home was texting me through the computer saying, "So-and-so is saying this is an emergency and she only wants to talk to you."
Oh.
And so I had to call her husband on his cell phone, make him go home and call an ambulance. So everybody was like, "Good thing you didn't log out. Good thing you didn't log out."
It's that divine order thing,
She was
yeah.
stopping breathing
Oh,
at home.
that would be.
When it was, I do feel weird things like that happen to me.
Well, that makes perfect sense.
You know, like I'll turn around right before somebody falls, or But yes, it was really weird yesterday.
Have you ever missed a car exit on the freeway? Well, you know, the old story about that is maybe you missed it on purpose, but there was an accident waiting for you at the top of the ramp. So anymore, I don't get upset about it. I get consumed in my head and I think, oh, that's interesting because they could easily consume me long enough to make me miss the exit, just with the experiences I've had. And because you used to beat yourself up. Oh, I don't do that anymore. I go, oh, okay. I say thank you, or I say, I ask them, what did we just miss? Or what did we? I want to know. No, that's fabulous. Perfect. It's like this lady's ticket that she got with the. I spent $90 on an air conditioner that I thought was broken. I had a guy come out that I know. There was nothing wrong with it. Okay, and this thing would shake the whole roof of my hallway when it turned on. It did 2 cycles. And I thought the compressor's going. So I called my AC back because I'm not an AC guy. Nothing wrong with it. However, I got into a real deep conversation with the tech about finances and, consider this, consider that. And he was having money troubles. And I knew that I got to him with just parental advice. So after he left, I knew he was there for me to talk to him. It's just the way the conversation went. I knew it. It cost me $90 to help him, but I'm not making light about that because it was okay. And because I asked about that later on, I said, okay, what? Because the air conditioner's been fine. He only did those 2 cycles. It sounded like it was coming through the roof. So I even laugh at that stuff now. He got some work out of the deal, and he got some very wise words from me, I'm sure. And life went on. So those are just some attitudes I'm trying to share with you and different ways to look at it. So you know what I think I know, unless you've got some more questions. And the energy that I channel, I call Gabe. I'm not going to be so finite as to say it's Gabriel, Archangel. I don't identify with, but there's some tie into his energy they alluded, but there's also a buffer zone between them, and I see 9 characters, and so I call it a collective. So I call it my Gabriel energy. And if you had questions, if somebody was brave enough to ask me a question, I'd love to see what they would tell us. If not, you don't have to. Or you can call me in secret, and then we can do it then. We channel, Julie and I have a show Fridays 9 to 11, and at the end we get some Gabriel energy and messages from them. But for the most part, it's very up. If you want to get into channeling, that's very obvious. Abraham Hicks, if you're familiar with her, look her up on YouTube. You talk about channeling. She's got a collective named Abraham that's worked for her since the 80s. And you don't know she's not a normal person just standing there. Her early channelings sound bizarre sounding, the verbiage. She was getting used to the process, but now it's a second nature to her. And that stuff is all very positive. You can type in Abraham Hicks, and she has a subject for money, finances, relationships. You type that in like 5 videos that come up, and she shares her thinking and her well, it's not her. Abraham's talking mostly, but it's always the same message. Think a different thought, visualize, and imagine that you've gotten what you're trying to accomplish and manifesting, and on and on and on. Which these guys do the same thing. So I have no more words of wisdom to throw at you. Do they have any words of wisdom to throw at you? We wish to say one thing. As tantalizing as it may be, understand you are your own keeper, yet you have a keeper of sorts that's behind you, walking every step. That keeper is a whisper away and is available at a moment's notice. It's even available at less than a moment's notice, and sometimes it's there ahead of you. Blessings come in many forms, be it physical touch, emotional connection, energetic awareness, and messages that seem from something other than yourself. We wish you all a peaceful birthday, which is a new term we wish to convey, because every day is a new birthday, because you have a second chance to expand from where you are to where you're going to be. Don't count in years, count in moments. Each moment is precious, each moment is energetic, and each moment is expansive. We wish you well, and we wish you peace. And that's channel. That's truly, when I first started doing this, it was way more awkward for me to deal with, but it flows that fast. It just turns on and on. I don't have to go home or any of this stuff. And something you might try if you're interested in playing with this stuff. There's 2 processes. It opened up for me writing a book. I just started writing questions, and it started to come through. My handwriting's bad anyway. It took me 2 years to write the book because I had to decipher my own writing. But it just starts coming back right brain. Just start writing. I tried typing on the computer. As I was typing is more difficult because your fingers and your left brain get in the way trying to remember which keys to push. A pen is much more fluid. The other way to do it, are we out of time? We're doing okay? And is use your non-dominant hand. If you're right-handed, use your left hand. And write the pen, ask the question, and write this way. That's another technique that apparently lets the energy flow. Your dominant hand is less involved, so there's less. So little things you can do. Just try to ask a question of sorts. I'm not even going to give an example of question because I ask so much. I don't ask about whether I should buy this grocery or that grocery, but it's philosophical things. It's like the AC tech the other day. I said, what the heck was this about? And it starts to come in, So when you have those weird encounters, don't be afraid to explore them. It just, every second of this stuff is amazing. It's a surprise. I've been doing it long enough that it still just blows me away. see the connections and go, oh, that's what it was about. So I will leave you with that. Know that they are there. I'm available for weddings and bar mitzvahs, as are they. They will happily come in for entertainment. Blessings to you all.
Thank you for the kind words.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. What time is it? I was out of words.
45. Did you, no, he's got his book. Did Gabriel dinner?
Yes,
I missed that.
we did. We did right at the end. Very smooth today too, by the way. They, oh, absolutely. Yeah. Totally. $10 for us. So definitely get on there. It's more expensive. Thanks too. I need 10.
One more thing. I'm getting ready to get on the truck. I'm getting ready to get on the job. And I saw pink scene. And someone said, just sit with Riley for a week. Okay, so I looked at my
You saw it. You saw the
the pink truck.
go by before you pull out your driveway.
No, it was just in my head.
Oh, in your head. Oh, okay.
So I waited about 5 minutes and I went ahead and I left.
You saw it in your head first, and then you saw it on the road.
So I paused in the driveway for about 5 minutes and then I left. And as I'm getting on the freeway, there's that hot pink semi, which I've never seen one before like that. And so I just stayed behind him. But something, so is that channeling or is that a, what do you call it? Like a,
I'd call that a prophetic psychic.
like the same thing like sometimes I'll be driving on the freeway and something will say, I'll say, I want to get
Please stay tuned. We will have our next speaker in the next 10-15 minutes. And that will be Montel Hero. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely.
It's still live. And I said that Montel will be in about 15 minutes.
Okay. Let me turn it off then. and then you can put it on your waist or run it up through the shirt or however you want to do it. It's totally up to you. The owner of the store is going to introduce you because I'm going to get ready to sit down to a reading. So I'll be
I need to introduce you.
yeah, and she'll introduce you at 1.
Okay, sounds
Okay.
great.
All right, this is a great guy.
Appreciate the invite, Don.
All right.
Right over on the side where the cars and stuff are at.
Very simple. Yes. Hey, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta turn up the energy.
Right? Okay. All right. Turn up the energy.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Energy color. You are
Mystic.
mystic.
Yeah, and then I get into everything.
Okay, so just say you're mystic.
Mystic.
Mystic. Montel.
But you gotta be turned up. Let's go. And then I'll take the rest.
Okay. All right. Huh?
little bit of everything actually, but I'm be touching up on healing and energy work. But that's energy works a little bit of everything. So we're just gonna have a great time. Just sit in and listen. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Turn it up.
It's just like
Are you going to be joining us in a couple of seconds? Okay. We're going to be talking about energy. A lot of different aspects of life is not energy work, but just how everyone uses energy work in every aspect. Okay. So, you should, yes. Let's rock and roll. Oh, you can grab a seat. Thank you. Hello, divine ones. Hold on. We'll work with energy now, so I turn this room up a little bit. Hello, divine ones. Hello. That's what I like, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. Having a wonderful time with a lot of great energy. So, I would like to actually introduce myself, go kind of who you talking to and what you're dealing with, because how can you ever deal with someone's energy without knowing where they develop their energy from, right? So, starting off, be quite honest, never took classes in energy work ever, from book work or classroom or anything like that. My skill came from life itself. I came in knowing, okay? Knowing to me is what? What is knowing? Anyone? What is knowing? When you come in knowing, what does that actually mean?
Yeah, I don't even know if you can describe it.
Okay.
I do mediumship and psychic work. It's just a knowing.
Okay.
It's just
Okay. So how I would describe it is that you are pure energy living in a physical body. Okay. Your pure energy lived on before this body ever existed and will continue living on even whenever it's done. Okay. So whenever you understand that, you got to ask yourself, who are you actually? Right. But in order to know who you are, you got to understand the universe's language. And you are the universe language. But because you come into your body and you are so wrapped up in your mind and everyone else is trying to tell you who you should be, what you should do, you lose your connection in some sense with the divine because you overtalk it, you overspeak it, you don't listen, right? Listen to your teacher, you listen to your mother, you listen to everything else. And yes, that has a way of developing you, but also you have to already know and have the confidence that you have everything within you. So when I say I came in knowing was that I decided to not worry about what everybody else was saying and decided to understand what I felt from the very beginning. And even if I didn't understand where it would lead me, I said, well, it's life, we're going to find out today. All right. So in doing that, I was already prepared to come across whatever happened in life with a positive attitude, meaning that if I went this direction, that means I wouldn't have found out that information that probably no one knew about in some sense because they was too afraid possibly go into the darkness. But you guys have to understand, we're universal energy. We are the light that goes into the darkness and make it bright. So once you go into the darkness, we create the light and then we're able to explain it to everyone else, just kind of like I'm doing now, right? So, artists ever since I was extremely young. Most people like to say I'm clairvoyant. To me, it's just it happened naturally because I didn't block my sensories, right? So since I did not block my sensories, dimensional beings, I was able to see my deceased ancestors that came in. I was able to feel the vibrations that was coming from each individual. The skill behind that was it took time for me to understand how the mind wrapped around society standards. Because when you learn something, taking everything within the mind and how you vibrate and how you take things in the mind, it also shifts your vibration. But then you come and you walk through life and you get tons of experience on life. Then long enough, you start to how human starts to vibrate and create their own reality. So for me, what I let people kind of call me because it helps them understand better is the mystic. The mystic is in, and then also verbalize, also can see into those to be like, oh, this is why life happened. This is what it's teaching you. This is what it's breaking you. And a lot of other people, they said, hey, we want to develop this. Well, I look at your whole life and I say, okay, well, how did you perceive that moment? Right? So then you'd be like, well, I perceived that moment. I probably thought less of myself, right? Boom, the moment you thought less of yourself, you created a whole nother reality, right? But what we are not taught is we don't know how we create realities. So how can you ever see what you are constantly creating, right? So then you have to really look at your history, okay? Your history is all your paint, all your artwork, all the way up to now. Is anyone ashamed of their history right now? Their past, any heartfelt things going in them? Tell me about that. Okay. You regret? Okay. So let's say, would you like to vocalize ideas? Okay. So in the healing realm, let's see, there's two things that she's already done with her energy, okay? And this is, and we're going to laugh about these things because it is funny. And it also reflects upon how powerful people as humans, okay? As light beings. One, you regretted something you've done, okay? And then for that energy frequency, you said that, oh, that I don't like how I didn't put myself first, okay? But then you did something else. You then regret it again. You put more energy on a heavier content of you didn't like yourself for doing something you did. So you put yourself down twice in some extent, right? So in these moments, what I teach is how you can, one, build confidence, one, be able to shift through those energies by identifying them, becoming familiar with it, because the greatest thing about what you just told me was that you know now what that energy brings you, even with those two thoughts, right? And with those two thoughts, you took them and you started walking through life and everything that you did. So in some sense, you're so powerful, you decided to tie your back as you continue to further more to more greater events. If I was you now, I would twist it, right? Twist your energies to help yourself realize I've been surviving my whole life with my hands tied behind my. I looked at everybody else and what they were doing, and I right. All right. So the next thing that we have to do is, oh man, become a master of ourselves. That's what I did. I felt it. I know what it feels like. And in the language now, right? So thank you for sharing, first of all. All right. So another way, I know the gentleman before me was talking about and also visuals and everything. At a very, very young age, I really paid close attention to everything that was shown to me and other people couldn't see. So, for example, extremely young, and I use this a lot because it's a life or death situation. The story is really vital. Grandfather worked out into the country. He was like rebuilding homes. He was a carpenter and everything. But in the country, in Guthrie, Kentucky, actually, there was like this chair on top of this porch. Before he got to this chair, I saw a visual of this snake. And with this snake, I'm like maybe my son's age, between 3 or 6, and it was like an impression, visual. I said, "There's a snake under that chair, right?" So then, he looked at me. He was just like, you know how pause and like, "What you just say to me?" I have lifted your back, right? So then he was like, Okay. So he, with decided to move the chair, and lo and behold, there's a snake under, curled, ready to strike. So for me, at a very young age, to be able to understand how vital our visions are, then why would I change that? You see what I mean? So that's one example. And then as going through life, I was able to come across tons of other different experiences as different beings walk through my room, showing me different energies, shooting guns, energies with it, shooting energy beams across the room. Um, just being a kid going in life, a little pit bull puppy come running out the backyard, hearing voices saying, Montel, you know that this pit bull puppy has a mother. Do not. This time I was actually headed to school, had my backpack on, put my backpack in front of me. I was just like, okay, puppy, it's gonna be good. I like you too. Then lo and behold, a whole gigantic pit bull with its boobs all out, and like I said, was pregnant. So you know, mothers are whenever they first have her. So this strong aggression coming towards me. But at the same time, in that moment, I felt so much calm and peace. Why do you think I felt so much calm and peace? You from the source, you divine guided. Instinct. So in this moment with voices that are coming through me, I decided, okay, how should I handle this moment? Right? This is what everybody else is coming across in life. This is what life is about. You have divine guidance, but how are you going to handle it? Because it's your free will. Sure, I could have kicked the puppy and ran away, right? But why would I bring that crazy energy to that puppy? Because I had to understand this puppy didn't mean me no harm, right? But I know that possibly the mother behind him could have harmed me. So then I had to make sure and watch my judgment and handle it with care from the love that I share within myself to be able to see, okay, this situation is coming. How am I going to handle it? Maintain myself, right? So instead, once again, puppy came out, pit bull puppy came, put the backpack in front of me, and I started talking to the puppy and the mother. So I took the energy that I felt with the love and shared it with this puppy and his mother, because I knew that the mother was only trying to show love for this particular puppy. But she knew that because of the way the world is sometimes, you have to show teeth for another being to understand, hey, I'm serious, because everyone doesn't speak the same language because we're taught differently. But the language we did share was the same. What's that divine connection, right? That divine, okay, in this situation, where this person's mind is going to go. So in the meantime, since I know that, why would I act differently in that sense? So I had to maintain myself, right? Self-mastery, okay? So what I've been doing for years. I was in the police academy and I was a police officer for a very long time, but understand the reason why I went to this, to understand the mentalities of the people doing it, because in our society, it's really tough, right? Police officers going into homes, possibly not knowing themselves, making situations tougher. So I said, okay, well, I don't want to just judge people for being people. I want to go in there and actually see the teaching style of what's being taught within the system. And just being in the police academy and being it showed me, okay, everyone wants to be in control of something, but they are out of control within themselves. So the key, everything that we have to do, once again, it's another statement. We have to understand ourselves, so then we the relationship connection that we all have to have with everyone, right? So then that was part of it. That was another adventure I went into, but also teacher as well. I worked in the school systems. I was working in all grades. I was a coach. I worked with first grade all the way up to 8th. And then from doing that, I was able to see, okay, we putting our kids in. Why are we putting our kids in the system that are grades? And then it's going to shift themselves without knowing who they are again. So once again, we're dealing with society in the world and putting these systems in place from. So how can we ever hope for changing people if at a very young age we're putting them in these certain situations? For example, we were always young, we all went to school to some extent, right? So at the same time, with our emotional things as well, then we have to ask ourselves, why are we going to put our children in the same thing? Why are we putting our children in the same systems?
We are society as a whole.
Okay, we're society as a whole.
No, I said we, like the individual, or society as a whole.
Society.
Well, because at this state, although we are collectively reaching, we're not there yet. So the programming is still very strong. The understanding that these
structures are necessary,
Mhm.
right, to for development or success for the things that our current society values.
But then I have a question for you. Believe that, then how will we see all the other problems?
I think that what's happening right now is we are having a huge awakening on our planet.
Mhm.
So as evidenced by so many of us here and attending similar events.
Mhm.
So there is a shift occurring.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't say that, unfortunately, I think it's still the majority,
Mhm.
but we're the game changers.
Okay.
We're the ones that are saying these things are not right, and we're going to make that shift.
100%. Question for you. Now, when making that shift, where do you start? Boom. There. As you said, it starts here. The first thing that we should be really teaching our children in our school system is energetically. Once you teach them that, once you teach them how a decision in itself is going to their reality, but they have to start here first. Then, if we start that first, then we're going to be able to shift through the school system and everything else. You see, and so the outcome of that is we are by default frequency upward to where the things that we are concerned about is no longer going to exist. So everything starts with ourself. That's why mastery is so important of self. The fact that you can teach someone yourself in every aspect. Does everybody understand that? Sweet. Let's keep on going. Okay. So next thing is, as I was going through life, became a teacher, also had a vision, another vision of, well, Montel, you've been a teacher, you work with people in the medical field, you also been in the government thing. Okay, what's next? Well, it's very obvious. I'm gonna be myself. You gotta always be yourself. This means I came from Indiana. This is like 24 hours away. And in this situation, first of all, the most lessons I've learned was just living life. Once again, it wasn't going to class because we had to be a part of a business, but not be the business. You see what I mean? So then you understand, okay, if I'm living life, it's supposed to be just a part of a business. And the question is, no. But because we're so programmed to believe this is the way of living, then once again, you're dip into all the other skills and manifestations that you have to be able to pull out the best version of you. What do you mean the best version of me? A great question. I like it. Like the best version of you is never the same. It's always shifting. So you can no longer hold on to your past. Because if you do, you just create a new you word about your past. And your past doesn't exist anymore, right? Right. So continue creating new and creating what, Montel? What do you think I'm talking about creating? The new you.
The best version of you every day.
Every day. Now, but where are you going to pull the best version of you every day? Because maybe your programming kept you in the same line. How can you create the best version of you?
That's going within and living within yourself every day and knowing yourself.
All right. And understand, guys, this do not start just at home. This does not start in the closet. This do not start just you doing all the breath work. This starts with you out there and dealing with the different energies everybody else through. Because energy in itself is no different than telepathy. Okay? With telepathy, to where someone's saying something, you can feel what they're going through. But because you try to mix your mind up with vocabulary and then you message, it's not that you need to respond to anyone. It's the fact that if you're your higher self, your higher vibration, by default, you being close to someone would change the person's reality because their brain and body's able to pick up something different compared to what they were presented with in the past or even in the present. So to continue to create a new you every single time, you got to go out there looking by living life every single time, being yourself. So then I can feel the joy coming from here. I want this great future, not because I'm trying, because I'm already there. So then, by default, by frequency, how are you going to give me $1 million when I've already up? So then, decision making, I'm not going to hit and walk on to trying to win $1 million. What can $1 million do for me that I haven't done for myself? So everybody understands that, and everybody feels like that inside. The way that you decide to do certain things will change dramatically. Also, going to your health. Let's say you're concerned about not paying the bills, you're concerned about relationships, you're concerned about how am I going to live tomorrow. Funny thing for me is that you thought about that 3 to 4 weeks ago, and now you're living in today, right? The craziest thing about that is once you worry about those things, that shifts your frequency in the body. That also makes you sick and feeling down. So then if you're sick and you're feeling down, then you're going to create more sick, feeling down ideas. You see what I mean? You'll be able to walk that portal of the true you whenever you can't even see the portal. All right? My man, what's your name? David. Montel. What you do? You retired? What did you used to do? Yeah? That's what brought you in today. That's life. That's life. Now, the fact is, what made you become a police officer? Good career. Yeah, awesome. Your motives help people? Help people. Sweet. Did your parents before them were police officers or anything like that? Okay. So what's the other thing that your parents did?
My dad was a neighbor.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Okay.
So it was just seeing the struggles my dad, just to take care of us and stuff like that. It was just a click at an early age that I was going to not do that, and then I was going to take care of his parents when it came.
Mm-hmm.
So I already had that set.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Then, thank God, God kept me well and on the path. And here I am. I was working in a year that helped me.
Right.
Get here.
Uh-huh. Okay. Sweet. Sweet. Did you achieve your goal? Excellent. Good stuff. So he had motivation. The motivation was that he saw things that was going through. He said he wanted something different. Determined. Going through the police academy is not easy, right? So in achieving that, he also showed whatever respect and some extent, and then it used those principles to make it through. His health and everything else is really well. When I touched his hand, his energy was good. So I've learned about you as I shook your hand, by the way, my friend. So the next thing is, and whenever you also in the police work, see that different people's energy. How did you maintain that? Center yourself, right? Collaboration. Right.
You just have to train.
Right.
Go back, everything you were taught.
Right.
Taught by pastor, taught by anyone.
Right. So, as he was saying, discipline, teaching. Your greatest teacher is yourself, your life, right? So you have to really look at what were you creating in a moment that made you go left or go right, and what was your motivation to get you to walk forward. See what I'm saying? Excellent. All right, next, energy work, body, everything. Participant. You want to participate? Come. So, to what I do is what I do best. Love to do. Energy. So no matter what this person is feeling, 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, 1 being the least, what would you say your energy's on? A 7. What type of pain, anxiety, frustration have you been having? Grinding your teeth at night. Why? If you look inside here, can I touch you? If you look inside here, what's the first thing you see when you think of teeth at night? Pain? Pain previously from past experience. Pain previously probably from, I guess you already said it, your self-judgment, yes? Okay.
I make choices that hurt myself again.
Mm-hmm.
Relationships have been a struggle for me.
Mm-hmm.
Misunderstandings
Mm-hmm.
have been a struggle for me.
Mm-hmm. So we also got to look back at her history when we talk about healing. It's to where did this person basically learn how to be in relationships from?
Parents.
What was your relationship with your parents?
I mean, it was a mixture. I mean, sometimes it was really good and sometimes it was really poor.
Mm-hmm. What do you remember more? Do you remember the positive or the negative?
One of the parents was more positive, and the other parent was more negative.
Okay. Okay. So what do you think that you're carrying with you as we are speaking today?
I'm still carrying the mixture. And at the moment, I feel more positive just because I'm here and I'm feeling better. And
Mm-hmm.
that's why my focus is the readings and the feelings I've done.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm feeling better.
Mm-hmm.
So at the moment, it's positive.
Mm-hmm. So what she just told you, she told you she told you a solution she's seeking for, but she's missing the solution. The true solution and the commonality in everything that she's already stated is that she's present and in control of everything, but she haven't realized just yet how to fully control everything. You see what I mean? So what she can control is to come and be around, get reading. When you get readings, they're going to tell you something that will probably motivate you in some extent. But still, even when you're motivated, you who's deciding to be motivated. You see what I mean? So then, let's say if you're at home and you're concerned about the past and where you're not going to go, you're creating that heaviness. So what I would say is you have to practice not just coming here, but also creating at home and dealing with other people the vibration that you want to be on, the high vibration, some of what you say you see now, right? Okay.
My true self.
Mhm.
Finding that center, that alignment.
Can I give you guys a counter? When you feel unaligned, know that that was also you feeling unaligned. Know that it was you who said, "Oh, I want to experience this vibration, that illusion that I'm unaligned." And then you're able to that. Then you're going to be able to switch it, but it's going to have to come down to discipline, right? Because with what I'm hearing from you right now, you've been kind of jump roping back and forth across from, yes, I'm great, to, oh, I want to experience this. So to master means, okay, if you want to, anything that you vision, this is channeling, think about what do I want to do and see it here, and then walk through it. This is a conscious way of channeling and then implementing energy in the direction you want to go, okay? So what I'm saying is you saw to come to the fair, right? So then you gave the whole time you're like, oh, I'm going to the fair, your body and everything started pumping differently, your body was excited to see whatever was coming. So you are walking through that vibration because you're already there. You're thinking about how I'm gonna walk through the door, how am I gonna go and talk to these certain individuals, yes? So you created this vibration that you're walking on. Now, you also got to realize you're creating that vibration that you're walking on when you think less of yourself as well. The beauty of that is you're creating it all, okay? All right, it's okay if I do some energy work on you, my friend. Okay, so energy work, once again, just because of what she was thinking, she gave her body that experience without her actually being experienced again. That's the interesting thing about the mind. The mind in itself may see certain things, but it doesn't know if it's real or not. So understanding self and mastering self comes down to, let's say, I want you to, you say you're on 6, right? 6 being heavy. Yes? Okay. So let's look at your energy, and what I want you to do is I want you to really take a deep breath And then I want you to see your gold self at your highest location in life. Whenever you're with your significant other, you guys are kissing, you're walking through a wild flowers, and the love between you two is so connected that there's no room for anything else but love. Okay? When you see this, I want you to take a deep breath. So whenever the body fell different chemicals and everything else that comes off. We may view this as like an aura or so, but this is still communication. For example, whenever this person walks into a room, if you're really good with energy, you'll be able to feel everything that she's putting herself through. In order to the world that we discussed about, we also have to make sure that we're vibrating so everyone that we touch will be able to release their heaviness, and then they'll be able to glow. Understand the other side of that is, if you are heavy, you are the vibration actually, because that's how powerful we are. Create realities. Working itself is and being full your whole life, but you also could give yourself the illusion that you're not, and that's the love of this life in itself. Take a deep breath. Can you reach for the sky? The reason why I'm having her stretch out, reach for the sky, is that I'm stretching out her muscles and her ligaments so that her body is able to release the different cell chemicals she had put into herself, okay? Her knees and everything else. Your body. You are the amazing being that's flowing within. And whenever you sleep or when you dream, you are also going to other versions of yourself in other dimensions. This is where you also can gather tons of information to assist you whenever you decide to come back and be here. Take it. Tell you about your release. All right, what I want you to do, tell me about your knees. Your knees, Phil. Can you put your legs up like this? Put your legs down. Put your legs up. All right. So, also, whenever I do energy work, usually the things that I feel is if they are like and they're creating heaviness, not flowing. And when you feel like that, it's a signature saying that you need to flow. This is a whistle, okay? Say something for me. See, boom, right there, whistle. Anybody say something negative to you? Oh, you're just whistling. All right? So, because what does that mean? Nothing. Because you think that it means something, you carry it with you. You do this, okay? But literally, it's just a whistle, okay? Can you walk for me? Yes. You said you was on a 6. What would you say now? And at 8? Okay. Well, 10, hold on. 10 being heavy. Okay. Relax. You sit down. So we went from a 6 to a 4 in 3:30, a minute or so. Okay. So imagine that you're doing this your whole life. Else your whole life. Okay. Imagine that even if we're just painting. Your body will just doing this. But instead, what are we doing? We put ourselves through this treachery, right? So why? Why? Sir, back there, I love your bucket hat, bro. Why do you think we put ourselves through treachery?
I'm not sure.
He says what we're used to. That's right. So think about this. If we think, oh, this is the only way of living, working most of our life, we get married, we have kids, we go through we talk about a situation. You know, the funniest thing, you can talk to someone and because of all of your history, what you develop, you're arguing with who's right or who's wrong. The funny thing is, no one's right or no one's wrong because you're only presenting yourself to this other individual. But because you're probably not taught about energy at a very young age, your perception and your heaviness, or even how you view kind of off. So then you're arguing with yourself, first of all, and you're reflecting that within the person that you're speaking to. You see what I mean? You have to look at self and say, why am I arguing? Why am I feeling so low that the person that I say that I love is the person that I feel the most comfortable with hurting? But how are you hurting them is by you whistling at them. It's the fact that you're whistling at yourself. And then, so if you love someone, clear yourself. If you understood how to love yourself, then it comes easy. Okay? So for us, within the session today, guys, we talked about life. Okay? Now, with life, continue to do what you guys do best, that you do, be the breath that you breathe. Any questions? I don't know how long I was going for, but everywhere. Yeah, I travel around, you take people outdoors in nature, because for me, it's just like, I don't like being in buildings because I can't, it's limited. It's like, oh, a wall, right? But if I take you guys out in nature, what are we doing? We're dealing with the sun's energy. We're dealing with the wind. We're dealing with beauty in itself. We're dealing with water. So in that case, we're able to live. And the other thing, I don't write books because every moment is a book written. So anytime I feel like writing something, okay, I just wrote something. We're here. Hey, you're part of my chapter. Okay. So then I continue to flow. But I do work in, I do have a doctor's office in Scottsdale, everything. So you guys can come there. But I was like, do you guys sure? It's a great place. I work with great people. Okay. Great people. But I love doing my sessions outside. I love even coming to people's homes. And just because it's whereas, okay, well, I have this energy in my home, and it's just like, okay, well, let's turn it up. Let's change it. So we go in there and we just look at, okay, where these thoughts come from with the items that you have, because like one of the first speakers talked about the items that you have carry energy. Okay. Everything that you think soaks in because it's a part of reality. We're created from. All right. But I have a cards for you guys if you guys like to get a card and everything else. And from there, we can have a great time. Anybody else have? You got a question, my man? No? Yeah.
So when you were a child and you were already experiencing these visions,
Yes.
these messages,
Uh-huh.
Were you in an environment that was supportive of that, or did you have to suppress that part?
No, I think it's because I don't worry about what other people think of me. So it's just like at a very young age, my foundation came from a very strong mother, grandfather, grandmother, and everything. So they said, Montel, you crazy, but I love you. You know, it's crazy, but they said, you know, they have their own belief systems as well. So I can't deny the things that I saw because I saved their lives to some extent in that, you know what I mean? And then for the things that they walked into, and everything, you know, they want to, you know, they probably don't take it all the way at a very young age, but many times is actually seeing my ventures. There's just like, I see you, Montel, but they always gave me care. But they were also soundboards. It's like, you sure you want to do this? And I was like, yes, because there's some things they told me that I shouldn't do, and I did it because I felt like, okay, I'm gaining knowledge from this, but I didn't let any situation break me because I was still there breathing, and then I would just laugh at it because no matter where I was at or whatever I did. And from that, I was able to get what that felt like, what I was doing with my own mind, and how I will perceive these other things that possibly wasn't there. So then that in itself is a skill. So like, for example, like school, in school, I actually had probably a little bit of issues in school. That was probably the toughest, just because whenever I was in school, this teacher, my homework out the window and all this other stuff. So then the funny thing now, that's why I said I follow my intuition. It's like, even though these voices and I didn't like doing it, I threw it out the window. It's just like, we got to look at now, it's anything that I else is just like, I broke through that in my own way. And now I'm able to release pain or anxiety just with touch. That's not taught. And just because I wanted to see options. Oh, this is the only way of doing something. But still are aware of all this other stuff. But when you get firsthand of a dimensional being and you're playing laser tag with them in your own room, or you're sitting in a parking garage, you have this giant that's looking right at you and you're just conversating, or you're in college and you have this other person walk up to you you see this silhouette and shaking your hand. You're like, what is he doing? It's a whole nother world in both worlds. So like I said, walk through dreams, go into other realities. That was the best story ever written. So then for me, I would like to inspire others to understand your story is the best story ever written. You aspects from it, and then kind of think of your own life. So my way of being a healer would be, no, I'm just going to have a great time. And all right. All right. Oh, by the way, I am. Didn't mean to take your purse like that. I'm sorry. This is one of my amazing significants. Her name is Katie. And the lovely lady back there is my other significant. Her name is Zena. She is a hypnotherapist. She is a doctor. Like healing with horses. I'm working with other people out in farms, and there's some things that we do. And this is going to have hypnotherapy, and also kind of she does the yoga and how it affects the body and everything along that line. And together we're working as a team. And people ask me, Marcel, how do you have two beautiful queens? I said, well, I had to understand myself first to be able to help understand the relationship in that extent. But the things that we share is extremely lovely. And like I said, the things that you never thought could happen. And the love is shared, and it's beautiful. So I wanted to, everything is possible, okay? I'm going to pass my card out to everybody if you guys would be okay with it. Here you go. You take a couple over there. If you guys want a couple over here, pass it around. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Any other questions? That I was on a porch, and then I was sitting there playing, dropped in the bush, and then I'm right there above. So that is when you moments is to stay calm in those moments. And maybe even when you sleep, you ever feel like you have paralyzed, your body's paralyzed. So in those moments, you really have to stay calm, because when you scare yourself, then you kind of block some of that stuff out. But every time you dream, you also astral travel as well.
Yes, I'm not scared. I just
Yeah.
want to do what I will.
Yeah.
And just randomly.
Right. I don't know why I keep dropping
I
my
feel
car.
like I've never done that quite at will. It just happens to be like a pattern of like if I'm taking a nap, it's like a really short period of sleep and I'm out. Or if I'm waking up in the morning and go back to sleep and I know I'm out. I've never really been able to actually do it. It's just more of that habit of this is when I do it. And you're out and yeah, stay calm because the body will kind of it senses that separation, I suppose. Yeah. And it can go through, hear sounds or feel strange or whatever. Let it calm with it. Just kind of that spirit.
Everything, and then once you start seeking deeper into thought with everything, it kind of feel like your energy will start to arise out of your body. But the practice in itself is staying calm. And also, I will start by trying to wake up in your dreams. When you start waking up in your dreams and you start seeing how you're creating, like energy is created, then when you're fully out, then you got to be careful because you start creating realities when you're fully out.
Yes, your mind is controlling, so you're creating with your mind. Like in my case, I see
Mhm.
or I have this.
With energy, it's also like it goes in whatever direction that you're used to creating. So if you're balancing yourself and let's say your mind is solid, then when you're out, for example, I can shoot an energy beam and hit this wall and feel it, right? Now imagine outside of the body what you can and can't do, right? So then you have to be aware of that aspect of yourself whenever you're actually out there traveling, because sometimes that if you're fearful, you can create fearful things that happen out there. But I don't think it's you, but that's just, I really want to make sure of you.
Yes, I actually helped me. Yeah, I can see myself when
Ready. And let me sure that you have me on YouTube. Okay. Do you have YouTube? Oh, go on YouTube if you don't mind, and follow me so you can, so I can test to make sure the mic is working right. Sometimes what I hear here isn't what we hear online. It should be like 2. Yeah, 201.
My phone is really moving slow.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's because
Oh, it could be here. Yeah, it could be the way it's energy.
you want to put it in.
Yep, sounds good.
I love the elephants.
Mm-hmm.
The bathroom. I love that.
Test. Try and turn the. Oops. Cancel. Oops, I logged you out. Sorry. Yeah, the volume. There you go. Test. Let me know if you hear me. Oh, it's paused, right? You need to start it again or something, or what? No, go all the way to the. Yeah, because we're okay. Test. Can you hear me? Test. No. Okay, good. Okay, let me crank up the volume here a little bit more too. Okay. All right. Let me rearrange.
You all good with this?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks. Let me rearrange the chairs a little bit too. Shoot. All right. I should just go ahead and talk, right? Because we're recording it. Yeah. It's after 2.
When are you starting?
Right now. Yeah. Okay. Have you had some readings yet? Did you have some readings?
One.
Only one?
Yeah. I'm not too worried about myself.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of being people coming for people, Ed is just wonderful.
Oh, is that right? That's wild.
So did you want to get started before he gets here?
I was thinking maybe I should. I don't know.
Well, if you start. Don's getting ready. Let's go. Gladys? Don's going to be talking.
Hi, how are you?
He needs some money. But here comes his husband. And you sit there and then it's like, sure. Yeah. Sitting over here. I thought you're kind of leaning there for a while.
Well, you know what? I'm like, I think a little bit of me. I'm like trying to. I'm like, I don't know if I don't want to be on the screen.
No, you're good. You're good.
And then too, I was leaning because I didn't want anybody behind me to see. That's why I was kind of. I thought she's gonna take a nap. No, because somebody was behind me. I was trying to be nice. One of Susan's peanut butter cups. Oh, I know.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and get ready. My talk is going to be on affirmations, and affirmations are something that's been very important to me recently. I have been actually drafting a book and have a manuscript ready for it. But more importantly, you have to live the experience of affirmations to truly appreciate what they can do for you. It is amazing how we walk through life with our energies and our energy sources, and we are energy. We have energy all around us. If you put a meter to each hand, you will register energy. And so what my book is about, and what the whole concept of affirmation is taking that energy that exists inside us, again, that energy that communicates for each of our cells to the other, to hold us together, to make us function, to make our heart beat, to make our lungs function, to make our blood pump, those kind of things. That energy is energy that is often chaotic. And so that chaotic energy exists around us, it flows around us, it moves around us. And the way affirmations work is that I'm suggesting you take that energy and you focus it. You learn to focus your energy, you learn to direct that energy out to the universe, because the universe is ready for us to be chaotic. They're used to all crazy. And so the universe kind of lets us go on our own. And we're kind of on they leave us to our own devices. However, when you start using affirmations and you line your energy up and you control your energy, and then you send your energy out to the universe the way in which you want it to return whatever back to you, like the law of attraction, you put it out there and the universe is like, okay, this one's together, I'm going to take care of this one. The other ones aren't interested in my energy, so I'm going to work with you. So that's, to me, the entire concept of affirmations. Affirmations are most importantly what you want. Ask for it. First of all, formulate it, determine specifically what you want. And then once you know what you want, you have your specifics, then bring them into the reality by saying to the universe what you want. Now, the one thing about affirmations is make sure that as you do affirmations, you speak them clearly. You speak them to the universe like I'm speaking to you. If you sit there and you go, and you're telling universe this way, don't expect what you get, expect what you're giving, okay? So, that's the hardest, that is one of the hardest things to do when you start getting into the metaphysical realm, because we are told people who talk to themselves are crazy, right? We're told that from the beginning. As kids, we're told not to talk to our imaginary friends, which, as we know, most of the times, imaginary friends are truly friends from the other side, and they are not imaginary at all, but we'll go into that another time. On this specific point, is that if you want the universe to react to you, if you want the universe to give back to you what you're putting out, you need to put it out. So you speak your affirmations. You tell the universe what it is you anticipate, what you expect, what you want. But in that same regard, if you are not clear to the universe and you don't clearly tell them what you want, don't be surprised if you get back what you asked for, truly asked for, but did not exactly want. I'll give you an example. Say you tell the universe, I want to win a big lottery, right? I'm going to win a lottery. Got a lottery ticket. It's going to be a winner. You go and you scan it underneath afterwards. It says, cha-ching, go see customer service. It's a winner, right? And you go up $4. You told them, I want a winning lottery ticket. You weren't specific, So if you want to ensure that affirmations work to the extent that they fit what it is you need to be very clear about what it is you want. And it's interesting too, because when you start doing this, again, first of all, you've already surrendered. You've surrendered initially to letting the universe dictate to a degree. Okay, you kind of like the flow. Everything's free flowing, and affirmations help to rewire your mind. They help you to think differently. They help you to understand that maybe, just maybe, I have a little bit of control over how the universe sees me and how I react to the universe and how the universe reacts to me. And so the one thing that affirmations do is they help to rewire your brain. They help to rewire your thinking and think, okay, well, maybe I do now have some control over what is happening around me. Again, it's amazing. We wake up in the morning and think, well, the weather's going to be this and I'm going to have to do this. But you don't understand how many factors you can control to a degree. First and foremost is waking up in a good mood. You know, if you wake up in a terrible mood and you start talking to people and walking around in a terrible mood, you have set the tenor, the tone for what's coming back to you. You're putting out to the universe what's coming back to you. And then you're like, okay, I'm surprised. I can't believe it's a bad day. You set the tenor for the day. Again, that's part of, and it's a very simple part of affirmations, but it is affirmation in a sense, again, that you set the tenor, you set the tone. So if you wake up in the morning and you are in a more positive way and you tell the world it's a more positive way and you face things in a positive way, then don't be surprised if that more positive energy comes back to you. Again, going back to affirmations, it's the same concept. If I tell the universe that, hey, I'm ready for this and I'm ready for this and I'm ready for this, and then it starts flowing back to you, don't be surprised when it flows back to you because, again, you've told the universe what you want. You told them what you expect and what you anticipate. And again, as you align that energy, the universe comes back with that same kind of energy. However, it goes back initially to the fact that when it starts coming, first of all, you question. You think, wait a minute. Is it really affirmations or is it something else? So then you stop doing them. And it's like, okay, if you're doing affirmations, the one big key to affirmation, mean it when you say it. Lord knows Julie and Susan and Angie, they hear it over and over. Mean it when you say it when you mean it, and speak it continuously. So every day, I tell people, if you're going to do affirmations, every day, set a time somewhere in your day routine. A lot of times it's in the morning when you wake up, and you create an affirmation that starts your day. Repeat it every day. Repeat it 1 or 2 or 3 times before you get the day going. And make sure you say it when you mean it when you say it, and expect it to happen. If you put those 3 things together, again, meaning it when you say it when you mean it, and you expect it to happen, don't be surprised if during the day you feel that energy back to you. Now, the one affirmation that I say repeatedly to everybody, and I tell everybody to use, is I believe in infinite abundance. My wants and needs are always met. I say it over and over again. I believe it over and over again. And I believe abundance has come my way. I believe everything's come my way in that regard because of that one thing. So I suggest strongly, you're welcome to use that one. But as you tailor your affirmations, make sure that you tailor your affirmations in present tense. Now you can say, I'm a millionaire. Say you're a millionaire. Say you are successful. Say you are whatever. But be specific, but speak it as the present. Because remember, I will someday be successful. Someday never comes. Okay? You're telling the universe what you want. So if you are telling the universe, you're setting the foundation of what you want, set it now. Set it in the present. And then speak it into existence. That's manifesting. That's affirmation. Speak it into existence. So, I am this. I am this. I want this. And is it me oriented? Heck yeah. Affirmations are all about you. It is the one time in the metaphysical world where it has to be about you. Because what you're telling the universe is like, hey, look, you have everybody else to look out for. I want some attention here. So give me some attention. Give me the attention. I'm going to tell you what I want. We're going to have a negotiation if necessary, but I'm asking you for this, and I'm letting you then come and hopefully deliver this to me. So again, most importantly, first, start your day with a good affirmation. Set your affirmation in advance. Repeat that same affirmation day and day and day and day and day until it comes through. And then when it comes through, give thanks. And even if it isn't coming through yet, always give thanks. Giving thanks is big to the universe. And if you don't give thanks, thankfulness is important. So give thanks to the universe. Let the universe know that you appreciate that they are there, that they are giving you what it is you're asking for. And even if it doesn't come quite the way you intended, give thanks that maybe that's what is meant to be for you at that moment. Now, be realistic with your affirmations. If you're going to come back and tell me my affirmation didn't work because I'm going to be whatever and whatever, let's be realistic. I'm not asking you to buy into the fact that all of us can tell the universe that we're going to be a billionaire and it's going to happen necessarily. What I'm asking you to do is understand that there are some realistic things that you can do with manifestations. And I truly believe, I still believe, that you can ask for bigger things such as millionaire, billionaire, those kind of things. I don't think that's out of the phase. But again, because again, I believe if you ask for things and you work hard enough to make those come into being, because of the neuroplasticity of you changing your mindset into thinking that everyone else is, that I am kind of held hostage to the universe, that instead that I am making my environment, I am making my universe, I believe you can put that in motion. But what I'm telling you is that when you speak your affirmations, make sure that you are realistic with them and make sure that you are ready to do what you have to do on your part to ensure that they do come through. Because again, when the universe starts helping you get in that direction, it's not going to do it alone. It may throw things at you that help you get to where you want to be. But again, it's not on the universe. It's not the universe's responsibility to do it all for it, you as well. You've got to be helping it along. So it's a bit of, it's not complicated, but it is. The most important thing to take away from all that I've said is, first and foremost, use your mind. And again, it says in the book about the neuroplasticity, reframe your mind, reframe your thinking. Make sure that you're thinking positively. You have a can-do attitude, I will attitude, and all is possible attitude. Repeat, repeat, repeat a good affirmation. First of all, craft an amazing affirmation that you will repeat over and over again. You can have more than one at the same time, by the way. You know, like you say you need a problem resolved. And this is when it really happened to me. I had a problem that it was driving me. It was not good. And I did not see a positive way out of it. And I created an affirmation and I said, this affirmation every day. And I'm like, but I told myself initially, there's no way. I can't, it's not, I could not see a logical way out of this situation. And I kept telling myself, I've got to stop planting that I can't, or there is no way, and just say the affirmation and believe it. So I did. I started believing it finally. And sure enough, within a period of time, everything flipped and the script changed and the world changed in a short period of time because I believe on the affirmations. They presented the opportunity. And I have a good friend who has had some great experience with my affirmations. You know, she called out for certain money at a certain time and boom, it happened. And it was like, what, a day or two?
It was a day or two.
Yeah. And it was like, and then she called me, you won't believe this. I'm like, yeah, I will believe it. It's like, I'm the one who told you about affirmations. I do believe it, you know. And it was interesting because again, it was money that was not expected, could not have been, would never have been thought to arrive, and it just appeared, and it was the amount necessary. And it was like, how did that happen? It's not happened in the past. It had not happened. And all of a sudden, the one time that she needed it and she called, it was like, boom, it's there. And there's other people who I have worked with on affirmations and they have used them and they've had the same success stories. And so Lord knows I have, you know, specifics that I can draw on that helps. But even with those, that's not the key. The key is taking away today the fact and the knowledge that you can do it. It costs you zero. It costs you absolutely nothing to do an affirmation, which I love, except it costs you time. It costs you dedication. It costs you the opportunity of maybe sitting around and doing something else instead or whatever. It's only a few minutes. So today, when you leave here, think about what it is that's an impediment to you. Think about what it is you want to change. Think about what you need to resolve. Whatever aspect of your life you want to see a change, whatever aspect of your life you want to see a little different, sit down and say, okay, now how can I script a specific phrase that makes sense, that clarifies my result from this, how I want to be out of this situation, how I want a resolution to this, how I want to be here versus where I am, whatever your situation is, craft a clear and precise statement about what you expect when it's over, how you want to be. In other words, the next step, where you want to be. That's your affirmation. And then you should repeat that affirmation on a daily basis. And again, if it's like, I'm going to be in California in January. I'm going to be wherever on here. You know, I'm going to, my company will double by the end of 2024 or 2024. Whatever your thinking is, set it and say, my company in 2024 has doubled. You see, I took what I projected, made it present tense. My company in December 2024 has doubled because I placed myself in that time frame because that's the result we want. And then you're going to repeat it daily. You're going to choose the same time if you can, or same routines. Like if in the morning you're shaving, not that all of us shave, but me either. But if you're shaving or whatever you do, whatever, if you're doing something and you can set you have a specific morning routine, you set the coffee and you're waiting for it to pour, whatever, repeat that affirmation, say it when you mean it when you say it, and hold it to be true. And then don't be surprised if over time you see everything fall in place. And again, remember, it may not fall exactly into place without you having to take steps, but those steps came to you for a reason. Why they come for a reason? It could very clearly have been the affirmation saying, I'm bringing the tools into you to help make what it is happen that you want to happen. So again, be thankful when they come in. Make sure that you show the universe that you appreciate everything they do for you. Your higher being, whoever you pray to, and because that's who's going to bring this in my opinion. But most importantly, it's on you to do the work to tell the universe what you want, and don't be surprised if that comes back to you. So that's the quick and skinny. The book is coming out, by the way. The book is in its final edit stages. So hopefully within a month or two. Yeah, all the artwork is done. The artwork is done. The editing is being done. Yeah, I think so. Of course, I'm biased. And this is called the power within, the ultimate power within. And it's the affirmation. Again, it's about affirmations and how they change. But it gets into some scientific research studies as well. So you get to see that there's actually scientific studies that have proven this works. I'm not just talking from my head and not from my experiences, because I've had great experiences. But there's actually research behind this from major institutions who have seen this and have worked on this and have said, yeah, there's something to this. So it's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. So watch for the book. And if you follow me on YouTube or Facebook, don't forget that I'm on live on Wednesday night with Angie. We do readings and so forth. And I preach on this as well. And then Thursday mornings, and you'll hear more about this. As time comes on, I'll let you know the book is there. So follow me on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch under Sonoran Mystic Tarot. Any questions?
I do have a question.
Yes, Anna.
So is it better not to say the affirmation when we're frustrated or in bad moods?
Well, your mood isn't a determinant. It's the intent that's the determinant. As long as you, again, when you say it, you mean it. When you mean it, you say it, and you clearly believe in it. Even if you're in not so good mood, I truly believe it doesn't matter the mood you're in necessarily, as long as when it comes from you, it's coming from here. If it's coming from a different place, like if it comes from anger, because you're trying to use, it's like, well, I'm going to show you kind of, then no. But if it comes from the heart, even if you're not in the best of moods, because again, you can use affirmations to change your mood. You can say, you know what, by 9 a.m., I'm in a good mood. I'm in a good mood at 9 a.m. You may be at 7 a.m. in a really bad mood. 9 a.m., I'm in a good mood. I'd be saying that right then. And don't be surprised by 9 a.m. because, again, you're helping to rewire your mind. You're helping to rewire your thinking. And you're saying, I'm not accepting this. This is not enough. I want this. And so part of that is, again, you're thinking, but part of that is telling universe, let's shift this energy. Let's shift the energy. This is where I'm going to be at 9. And so when that happens, if you have a question about it, first thing to do is figure out why you're in that mood, shift that first, and then go back and do your affirmation that is your long-term affirmation. Again, you can do more than one affirmation at any time and working them together. They're not like the universe is only going to give you one gift. So you can be doing 3 or 4 different affirmations at the same time. And believe me, once they come through, you're jettisoning them. They're not it. But the one you should always do all the time is I believe in infinite abundance. I have t-shirts. I mean, they say this as a joke, but I'm serious. I do have t-shirts. I sell t-shirts with this affirmation. Yes, I sell t-shirts and I sell coffee mugs and I sell like phone cases. I sell them with this because I believe in this affirmation. I believe in infinite abundance. My wants and needs are always met. And I'm telling you, don't be surprised if you use this, that you do see and feel the shift. But again, you have to believe it and you got to repeat it. And you got to mean it when you say it. So,
All right, now this might seem silly to some people, but there are a lot of us women out here, and probably men as well. And I had very long marriage before, but I really liked being in a nice relationship like that. And so I have found that one time when I was or whoever, I said, "Hey, why don't you bring somebody nice here?" It was very general. Well, the next guy that shows up very soon in my life was a former senior litigator for the Justice Department. What I didn't specify was anything else. And sadly, he was a very nice guy, very intelligent, but you know, he had had a couple of strokes. He wasn't able to dance, go walking, things I wanted to do. So my question is, how specific do you need to get? And you're wanting to bring someone into your life just to have a nice, loving, you know, your in your life.
Well, the specifics comes depending on how little or how much you are, how little or much you want to control over what it is. So again, if you, like you say, you know, I want somebody who's in good health, somebody who can have a great conversation, somebody who can hike with me, you know, in not just a career. Again, you can determine how little or how much. But the most important thing is as you start writing your affirmation, because again, you should write it down and review it over and over again. You can tweak it and bring it down into something that's repeatable often, and you can find words and terms that take, you know, somebody who can hike with me, good health, you know, somebody who, you know, strong mind, instead of somebody who doesn't have senility or had onset to Alzheimer's, good mind, strong mind. You know, you'll find when you craft the language and you review it, you can edit down to the point where you get the point across without having to repeat this. So you're down to this. Mm-hmm.
So what words would you use if you wanted to meet someone who is like-minded, like this group? You know, we have the metaphysics and all that, and people who aren't like, oh no, that's weird. How would you word that?
Appreciates some of the things that I appreciates the metaphysical or whatever, or even, you know, somebody who is a lot like me, or very accepting, very open. Those, whatever.
I was gonna say that if you don't want to create a affirmation for every single thing, I just repeat the one that Don was saying. I believe in infinite abundance and all my wants and needs are met. And then I say, and I thank you for a reciprocal love. So I thank you for my husband that provides a reciprocal love, or that is virile. That is very important to me. So those are the kind of things that I put into my affirmations. Like I'm saying, like, you know, so if good health is good to you, you say, I thank you. I believe in infinite abundance. All my wants and needs are met. I thank you for a healthy husband. We all have our own wants and needs. Mine is virile. I'm just saying. There you go. You know, there it is. A reciprocal love that is virile. There you go.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What if you wrote out your list? Because like I wanted somebody and then they were long distance. So that I don't want that. So what your own your list? Wrote you're doing your
I would argue clearly that, again, your list is not what you're sending to the universe. You need to speak it.
Okay.
And so you need to find a way to bring it down, because again, you're speaking to a higher power. You're giving them that respect. You can't just say, okay, refer to list of September 28th. They're going to go, okay, refer to 2027 when I finally listen to you. You know, it's like, you know, so no, I really do strongly believe, because you have to, again, it's part of the thankfulness. It's part of the respect and so forth. Speak it into existence, put it out to the universe, let them speak it. So find a way to bring that down. You don't have to be overly, the thing is, as you are crafting it, you will find, if you dedicate yourself to really finding ways to bring it down, you will find words that can replace phrases. You can, again, it takes a little while, because again, it's crafting, but you will be surprised. Also, dictionaries are great for synonyms, and they can give you different words that can mean so much more. And also use a computer, on a computer and type in something. Go to Chat GPT, type in everything you want and say, give me this in 10 words. And see, maybe Chat GPT can pop you something in that's 10 words and fits the whole thing. Again, there's many resources available to you these days. But again, the most important thing is getting it clear and concise, spoken word. Repeat it daily. Mean it when you say it when you mean it. And then be thankful as it starts rolling in, not after it rolls in, but as it rolls in. Thank them. One little thing at a time. You never know. So.
That almost sounded like AI. AI, will you make my list for me?
Well, no, AI is not making the list. You make the list. What AI does, again, ChatGPT. The only reason I put that up is because ChatGPT, you can put in ChatGPT all these criteria and say, now get this down to a phrase. And ChatGPT uses AI to bring it down in the words that can say the same thing without 10 billion words. That's the only reason why I say it. ChatGPT, yeah, it's an AI app, yeah. Yep. And so it can help you consolidate those things if you need to. Yep. So it's pretty amazing. I've used ChatGPT. I've used all of my images in my book are created through AI. I used AI to help create those images. I told AI what I wanted because I'm not an artist. I told him what I wanted, how I wanted it to feel, to look, and to whatever. And so by the time, and I play with it. And then once the image comes up, if it's not quite what I wanted, I kept editing it and modifying it and asking him to regenerate it until it came up with the images I want. So when you see the images in the book, they are mine. They are new. They're mine. I own them. But they are when you see them, you'll know what I was feeling when I used the words for that section specifically, because you're like, okay, I can feel what he's saying there. Chat GPT, yeah, and that's not for visuals. That's only for words. Yeah. Midjourney is for visuals. Any other questions in reference to anything?
What was the last one?
Midjourney is the one for images, for art. MID, Midjourney. Yeah, and it'll do artwork. It does images, which are really cool. And for those of you who've seen the cover of my book, that was done through there. But again, you put in all the parameters. You tell it what you want. You tell it how the feel is, and then you can edit it when it comes out. You're like, oh no, that's not even close. You can go in there and edit the streams and say, I want this. I don't want that. I need this. I don't want this. And eventually you'll come up to the picture you want, which is really cool. Yeah, and I think Midjourney has a free version. So you can do a number for free. ChatGPT is a free version. You don't have to pay for ChatGPT. It is absolutely free. Yeah. So, and then there's now AI.nvidia.io, and that one creates videos for you. It's amazing. You put in all the parameters for the videos. You tell it what you want, what message you want to say. You tell it the voice you want it, and it can create videos for you as well, which is pretty cool. Pretty amazing. So.
Is that how you do
the first commercial for this event was done by that. So when you hear that California girl voice, that's the voice I chose, a California girl voice. That's one they gave me. Some people said, did Ellen do that for you? If that's what you want, then you go with it. That's all I said. But no, that voice was created by AI. The commercial was. And then I went in and I edited some of the words and some of the images, because you can edit any image in those things. You can edit any words, and it modifies. It's pretty cool. So yeah, it's a whole new world with that too. Any other questions in reference to affirmations? No, ChatGPT is for videos. Yeah, they're pretty cool, but all of them, they're good to play with. Yeah. Yes.
Can you use your affirmation like a mantra?
Yes, you can, and you should. You could use you can and you should use your affirmation like a mantra. And when I say every day at the beginning of the day, that doesn't mean you can only do it at the beginning of the day. When you're feeling rough or you're feeling frustrated, if you have an affirmation that's an affirming affirmation, speak it then. That's a good time to do it, because again, it's helping you through knowing that this is only temporary. Whatever you're going through is only temporary. And again, not only is it temporary, but that you are headed someplace else. And that's what the affirmations are about. Again, being headed someplace else. So it is a perfect time to use it, because you say, you know what? I am not this. This is not me. This is not where I will be. This is only temporary. So again, it helps us to, again, rewire our brain to not see it as a negative. And that's like when there are always situations where two things are reality. If I have a blowout and I run off the road, right? I pull off the road. Darn, I've had a blowout. I can't believe I've had to blow out my tire. This is going to set me back. Or you can say, you know what? I am so glad that the tire blew in a way that I could pull off the road safely. And there two things are both reality. You can go to the negative and only see that negative, but you could also go to the positive and see the positive. And what I'm asking you to do is, again, rewire your brain. And when you start seeing the positive, don't be surprised if that's what you get back. Again, because you're only putting out the positive.
I agree with what you were saying about putting out positive stuff and getting positive stuff back, because I've had bad days where things don't go to plan, and I think these negative thoughts, and my day goes negatively. So, if you put positive thoughts out there, it'll be sort of the same way, but just positive,
Mhm.
So I do believe it affects a lot the way speaking out too, kind of saying, oh, this is not going to according to plan. And it's repeating that, like you said, it's speaking it out. So.
Yeah. And it's fascinating in that point. It's amazing. If you ever had an aura photograph done, if you are in a funk, if you are not in a good place, you should go get an aura photograph done that day. And then when you're in a good place, go back and get it. Your standard aura photograph, when you're just in a resting place, is pretty damn impressive. But when you see the fiery colors in a day when you are not in a good place, your aura is, and again, that aura picks up that energy. This is the color of the energy I'm talking about. It shows it up in color form so you have a better appreciation. But what I'm saying is that you want to ever have something hit home clearly, do that. Get your baseline aura photograph. And then when you're having a really bad day and you're not in a great space, go get your aura photograph and compare them. And then come back to me and say, you were right about the energy. Because I'm telling you, your energy, again, you're emitting this. You can see it. It's coming from you. And so again, if you short wire that, you cut it short and say, you know what? No. I'm not going there. I'm not going where this is headed. That's not my space. I don't want to own that. I want to own this. I want to own something positive. I want to own something forward thinking. I don't want to do that. And all of a sudden, don't be surprised. Energy changes. And the aura changes, you go back to that very positive energy that is around most of us anyway. So, yeah, exactly. Any other questions?
Do you believe in collective energy of affirmation? Like we all say your affirmation. Do you believe that gives it more power because we're collectively saying it?
I believe not only in collective energy in that regard, because I believe that is good, but I believe it to the point where we have proven it. Like in our Tuesday meetings, we have a group on Tuesday. We get together online. Anybody and everybody is welcome, by the way. If you think you have psychic or mediumship abilities or any kind of abilities and you want to grow them, you're welcome to come in on Tuesday nights. I have a link. Send it a link. And we get together from all over the world. We have people. The last week we had people from India. We have people from Scotland. We have people from Ireland and people from England, and we have people from all over the United States, not just Phoenix. And we get together and we share collective energy and we practice and we do exercises to improve our skills. But the one thing that we do is that amazing. Some people who are just beginners, who if they were doing this alone, and they would not maybe have the energy necessary. But because we are collective energy, when we get together, their skill set is raised. And so when they come on there and as a newbie, they're like, I'm getting this, and this. And you say, well, damn, that's exactly what's happening right now. And they're thinking, how can that happen? I'm new at this. Well, it's because of that collective energy. It's not just our one energy, but it's us together as doing that. And so sometimes if we have a focus on something as a team or a group or a collective, yes, that energy can coalesce as and amplify. It's amplification, which is wonderful. And again, we see that over and over again with our meetings on Tuesday nights. So yeah, good, Chris. Great question. Thank you so much.
Like Angie just said, I mean, when you get a group together and you get the same purpose, like prayer, if you're praying for somebody or healing somebody, it's very effective.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's why they have prayer circles and so forth. It's amazing how, again, religion overlaps in a lot of what we do because we're not devoid of religion. There's so much of that is. It's all about faith. It's all about determination, self-determination, those kind of things. And so, yeah, it does work. And we have like on Monday night, sometimes we do the healing circle where we talk and we send that healing energy, And so, absolutely. Yep. Anything else? Any other questions?
We'll get this planet back in shape.
Exactly. Well, with that said, thanks everybody for sitting in and listening to my chat. The next up will be Angie at 2, and she's going to be talking about psychic abilities and developing psychic. Oh, sorry. I'm going back in time. That was not an affirmation. So yeah, 3 p.m. Angie will speak about psychic abilities and how she came to them, and more importantly, how you can develop your own as well. So, and how beneficial they can be. Exactly. Thank you so. Thank you all.
how we're gonna do it. Oh wait.
You can just carry it around if you want. Just hold this, put this here, so it hears you. So they hear you.
Okay.
And then you just hold that if you want. You can
Okay,
just walk.
that's fine.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed your
Thank you.
really enjoyed it. Oh, it's just so much fun to be in a room of do you really want to do that? From this area here?
No, I live over by Chandler, but I'm from Michigan anyway. I moved here about 15 years ago. So I guess I am kind of from here now. Uh-huh.
Thank my host father in Montreal. He always called me Kevin. And so just
Oh my gosh, I love you. Guys, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay, guys. I am going to talk about psychic abilities. I like crowd participation, and we're going to test your psychic ability today. So, just to show you how easy it is, I can go from A to Z about how it started, but I'll give you a little bit background for me. I probably started having visions when I was about 5 years old. Didn't know what it was. We were Baptists. Baptists, you don't really do anything like that. You don't talk about it. Religion does not see visions. You can have prophets, but I wasn't considered a prophet at the time. And I just remember how I remember it is one, going into places and being like, I've already been here before because I had seen it before. My mom being like, no, you've never been here before. You're 5 years old. I can remember having imaginary friends and now knowing as that I'm older, oh, my imaginary friends were me talking to spirits. And so that's kind of my introduction into psychic ability, but not knowing what it was, just kind of talking. I can remember talking to God. I can remember arguing with God as a 10-year-old. Like, you're making me say this because, in church they tell you God's thoughts, are above your own, and God, he helps you to realize this. And so I'm just like, oh my gosh, God, you're making me say this and this and that. And so my introduction into psychic abilities, I didn't even know that that's what I was doing. As I got older, the visions got stronger, the dreams got stronger, and I could see things happening before they were happening. I remember going to my pastor and saying, hey, I can see things that are happening from the future, that are happening in the future. Like, I'm really having these visions, I'm having these dreams. He tapped me on my shoulder. He recited Jeremiah 29:11 and sent me on my way, as in don't move forward, don't do anything with it. He didn't really know what to do with it, and so I shut it down. So most of my life was me shutting down my abilities. So the first thing I'll tell you is we all have the ability to receive information, and that's all you're doing is receiving. You're using all your senses to receive. So the first exercise we're going to do is you're going to figure out how you receive. Do you hear? Do you see? Do you taste? Do you feel? Do you just know? However it is. If I say what's 1 + 1, you just say 2. You don't even think, oh, well, I learned that in 3rd grade. That's how I know what 1 + 1. No, you just know that 1 + 1 is 2. You don't even question it. That's kind of how I see a clear knowing is. I just know that this information is what it is, and that's how it came for me. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to show you a picture. Oh, one of the other things I would tell you is you always want to have your vibration raised. The spirits are up here. If you're down here in a low place, you want to raise your spirits. I wanted to play Diana Ross, I'm Coming Out, because that's one of my favorite songs, and I could just imagine myself twirling. But you know, YouTube and Facebook will be like, hey, take that down. You got the copyright. So just know that Diana Ross is playing in my head. And if you see me twirl, that's why, because I hear Diana Ross. So that raises your vibration, something funny. So always try to raise your vibration first. The whole time that I was coming over here to do this, I was calling in my guides. I called in my mediumship guides. I called in my ancestor team. I called in my higher power. I called in my higher self. I told all of them, you're all welcome to help me to meet whoever I am going to encounter at a level that they can receive the information. Because sometimes you can sit down in front of people and they're not ready to receive the information. So I always call them in immediately or throughout the day. Like I knew we were having this event. I've been calling my guides in all week. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is an exercise. So I have a picture here of someone, and I want you to look at the picture, and I want you to tell me. We're only going to do it for a minute, because if I give you more than a minute, you'll second guess yourself. You'll be like, well, is it this? Is it that? No. Tell me. I want you to realize what you see, what you hear, what you feel, what you encounter. Tell me if you think this person is alive, if they're no longer alive, if they're married, if they have children, whatever information you get, and do not discount anything, because everything you receive makes sense. Okay, it may not make sense to you, but it may make sense to the person. I remember one time I was doing a reading for somebody, and I kept seeing a pumpkin pie. I kept seeing pumpkin. I said, what does pumpkin pie mean? Oh, my grandmother used to make pumpkin pie for me. It didn't make any sense to me, but it made sense to that person. So whatever you see, hear, feel, touch, remember that. So this will let you know how you receive your psychic ability. So I'm going to give you 1 minute. And what images do you get from this person? When you see this picture right here, what do you get from this person? What do you think about her life, where she's at now, what she could be doing, how her life could have been, just whatever information you receive, and note how you receive it. And I know this person personally, so I can tell you all the information. Like, do you think that she's older now? Do you think she's younger now? Do you think that she is, a mother or not a mother? What occupation? What is it that you get? All that information makes sense, and I want you to be mindful of how you receive that information, because that's all your psychic abilities. How do I receive it, and then how do I interpret it? Okay, so that's been about a minute. All right, so first thing is, how many people think she's married? Does anybody think that she's married? Did you get that vibe? Does anybody think that she has children? Did anybody get that vibe? You did get children. What made you think children? Was it something that you saw or felt?
No, just that I pictured that she's had children.
Yeah, she's had children. Okay. 3. Okay. And how did you associate the 3? As in, she's the third child, she has 3 children. Okay. Okay. All right. And then anything else? Did you get anything? Anything?
She's college or graduate school. I saw her writing.
Mm-hmm.
She's doing something with writing. I saw a dog.
Okay. School. Okay. Education, sports. Okay. Okay. Anything else? Anybody else get anything else? So did you hear these? Did you see these? Did you feel these? How did you receive the information in order to say, you know what, I got education? Did you see books? Because when I'm doing a reading and I get education, I see books. Or I get the Hierophant, which is traditional institution. So how did you get education? You saw her writing. What did you get? It just came. How did you get education?
I just felt from her that she has pursued a helping career.
Okay. And how did you get education? Okay. She did. That was her graduation picture. She was graduating from college. And this is what we held up at her graduation when they called her name the roster. So there was a whole sea of her pictures. She's my niece. Everybody thinks she's my daughter. She's my niece. Yes, she's my niece. And so she is I'm not sure where the 3 comes in, because she doesn't have any children. She is the oldest. She's our first niece. She's the first grandchild. She
just looks like an achiever.
She is in the military, so that would be the active. Somebody got athletic. Yeah. She played basketball. She did soccer. She went into she's in the Army Reserves right now, so she is very athletic. She does hiking. She does stuff like that. Any other thing that you guys got for her? Big. Oh my gosh, she is the most giving. Yes, big heart. She is giving. So all of those. That's basically that's what your psychic ability. Your psychic ability is just receiving information and processing how you receive the information. And then it'll just continue to go on. I was doing a reading today, and I was telling somebody one of the first things that I remember in as my abilities progressed was when they wanted me to understand water, I would get a salt taste in my mouth. That meant ocean. So every time I tasted salt in my mouth, I knew ocean. Okay, that means ocean. So then I had to, okay, well, what does ocean mean? So I'm talking to the person that I read. What does ocean mean? Ocean is emotion. So that was the next thing they did. So first I had to recognize that salt meant water, it meant ocean. So then I got ocean. And so then I had to recognize that ocean meant emotions. Okay, so now that I know that it means emotions, so your guides will continue to progress you along. So then the water went from clear water to muddy water. Clear water means that you're dealing with an emotional situation. This is for me. Everybody's symbols will be different based on your repository or how they deal with you. If you're a doctor, you may get a lot of doctor or medical terms. We had a guy that used to be in class, he was in a band, so he always gave us readings in a song. Have you ever heard this song? And then he would go through the lyrics, and then you would be like, oh, okay. And so that's how that's how he did his readings. So your readings will coincide, or your information that you receive will coincide with how you whatever your database is. So you're always trying to expand your database. The more that I understand, the more that I know, the more things that I have to expand upon. Like I said, they gave me water, that meant emotions. And so then they gave me murky water, that meant that it's an emotional situation that you can't see through yet. You don't know how to navigate through because the water is murky. But if they give me clear water, it's an emotional situation. You know how to navigate it. You're just dealing with the emotions of the situation. So it's you understanding the signs and symbols that you receive. All the things that we have, the cards, the pendulums, all those are just tools to help us to understand the information that we receive. And for me, one isn't better than the other. And hearing isn't better than seeing, isn't better than just knowing. They all build on each other. And as you master one, you may receive others. Like some people want to hear. I'd be like, look, no, you don't. My guys never stop talking. I'm like, yeah. I get it. Sometimes you just want them to be quiet because my guides talk all the time. And so when I say guides, sometimes you'll have guides that are personal to you. They only communicate with you. Sometimes you'll have the God source. And then sometimes you'll have your ancestors that are communicating with you. You'll learn to recognize each one. For me, they all sound different. Sometimes I can see them. If it's your loved one as in mediumship, like Miss Susan was talking about earlier, then I see that person, or I feel their energy, or they show me pictures and I say, this is such and such. Or I say, I'm seeing a lady, she's this, she's that, she's saying this, and they'll be like, oh, this is my grandmother. So then you'll know that that's where you're receiving. Psychic ability is all about receiving and interpreting information. You're not it's not any special phenomenon. Everybody can do it. It's just you tuning in. And once you tune in, have you ever been somewhere and you heard your name and you're like, who said that? And you don't see anyone? That's your higher power calling, trying to get your attention. That's them calling you to say, hey. Once you acknowledge that and you're like, wait, I heard that. It's going to get stronger, and they're going to keep on going because now they got your attention. You just have to keep paying attention and tuning in, but they have to reach you some way. Have you ever been somewhere and you're like, God, I smell my grandmother's perfume? That's your spirit. That's her spirit trying to reach you. Have you ever just been like, oh, I'm craving chocolate cake. My grandmother used to make chocolate cake. That's your grandmother trying to get you. This is just you interpreting the messages that you receive. It's no special talent. It's not that you're doing anything. The first thing I would tell you if you want to develop your psychic abilities is to get a tribe, to gather with like-minded people, so you're not the only one. And you're like telling Susie, oh, yesterday I dreamed about a three-eyed monster, and he was telling me to go to the church to go drop off $100. And she's like, what, you dreamed about it? Because she's not like-minded. She hasn't opened up to that. So you need people who, you came to me and you say, I dreamed about a three-eyed monster. I'm like, oh, really? what did he tell you to do? What did he look like? How did he sound? So I'm going to question you on it because I believe in it. So you need like-minded people who help you to understand what you're receiving. We have a Tuesday night class at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's through Zoom. You put your name on the list. We'll send you the Zoom link. It's private and it's free. And we just practice. We just encourage you and teach you how to, not even teach you, just help you to understand how to recognize the symbols that you receive. I have one friend, she's very good at recognizing domestic abuse. She'll taste the blood if you had a bloody nose. She'll get your headache if you had a headache. She'll feel your pain. The first time my guys gave me a heart palpitation, I thought I was having a heart attack. They wanted me to know that that's how the person died. I told my guys, hold on, next time you want to do that, you need to tell me that you're going to give me that. I thought you were trying to kill me. Slow down. What is going on? So like, give me a warning. I need to know that that's what you're doing, that you're telling me that this is how this person died. I was like, hold on. Am I coming to join you, Elizabeth? That's a Fred Sanford reference for all of you who are too young. But you have to know, and this is you communicating with your guys. Sometimes you'll see me kind of look off to the side, or you'll see somebody look off to the side because they're conversating with their guide or their higher power or whoever. And don't get caught up on the terms. My guide, my higher power. Don't get caught up on the terms. It's just you receiving. It's just you interpreting the energy. I always tell people energy is not created or destroyed. It just changes form. So your loving grandmother, she's no longer in her physical suit, but her energy is still around to communicate with you. She can still come to you in the movies. Have any of you ever seen the movie Acrimony? The Tyler Perry movie where it was a guy who was doing an invention and he wasted he was married to this girl. He had this invention about this battery. And all these years, he wasted all this money. She lost her parents' house. They got a divorce and all this stuff happened. Finally, he makes it. He gets it. So I'm reading this guy and I'm like, why do I keep seeing Acrimony? Why do I keep seeing Tyler Perry? He was an inventor. His aunt was sending him was giving me acrimony because she wanted to encourage him to submit his invention to whatever company he was trying to give it to. So I had to understand the acrimony. I had to first receive, okay, acrimony. What does acrimony mean? Oh, that's my aunt's favorite movie. Oh, okay. So why is she sending me acrimony? I said, okay, acrimony was about an inventor, blah, blah, blah. He said, oh, I have an invention. I said, oh, okay. All right. So this is you communicating back and forth with your person. This is why I like to talk live versus doing a card reading that is recorded and given to you. So you have to interpret the messages. Had I not said acrimony and knew about the invention, we could have got stalled and he could have been like, I don't know what that is. But he was really connected to his aunt. So when I said she's showing me acrimony, he knew, oh, she wants me to submit my invention. And that's where that was. It's just you interpreting the information that you receive from whatever source that you're getting it from. And so then a lot of times people will be like, oh, I'm afraid I'm going to be connected to a negative energy. You set the tone for what you receive. Sometimes I'll be in my house. Okay, when I first got started to like see spirits, one day I was at home by myself and my son wasn't there, and I saw a spirit. I said, oh, okay, let me tell you this. You can't be here while I'm alone. No, I don't know what'll happen while I'm alone. So the only time you can come is when like my son is here. So once I got comfortable with seeing them, now I'm okay with them coming. But you set the tone. You tell them you're welcome to come into my space or you're not welcome to come into my space. Every time I receive a new spirit or a new ability or something, I say you are welcome into my space if you are from my highest and greatest good. You're from pure positive gold Christ light. I set the tone as to what I want to come in. You can also set hours as to when you receive. I don't want you to come into my bedroom. I don't want you to come into the bathroom. I don't want you to come after 9 o'clock. It's you setting the parameters. You're not going to receive a negative spirit or a harmful spirit if you set the parameters, if you protect yourself. If you're really that scared, just get a crystal. Like I usually tell people to get black obsidian and carry that, and that'll absorb negative energy for me. One of our other people, this is why I tell you to get a tribe, Miss Levita back there, she gave us an idea that I had never thought of. She said, you could take a crystal and you could take negative energy and put it in that crystal like you're putting it in a holding room. What? I can take negative energy off of me and put it in a crystal and put it in a holding room, and I don't have to carry it with me. And then I can set that out to clear that energy off of that crystal, and then it's gone away. I can put it inside a box. I put all kinds of people inside a crystal. I have a crystal that just holds people that get on my nerves. This person's getting on my nerves today. Let me put them in that crystal over there. You decide where you want to put these in. Is there any questions? Oh, I forgot to tell you, you can ask me any questions anytime you want to. So feel free to ask any questions along the way about anything that you have questions about. So do we have any questions right now? About anything? No questions? Okay. So then the other thing I have about abilities is say whatever you're receiving. A lot of times we'll get, well, that doesn't make sense. Why would I say, but my sister was getting a reading and somebody kept seeing bubbles all over the place. And they were like, why am I seeing bubbles? They were afraid to say it. And she was like, oh yeah, I want a bubble machine. Why would an adult want a bubble machine? It was just something that had came up in her reading about bubbles. Never ever think that what you're saying doesn't make sense. You have to say whatever it is because it makes sense to them. You don't know why this person is telling you this information. You don't know why the higher power is telling you this. And one of the things I used to be afraid of is, what if I tell them this and then it doesn't come true? And then they're mad. So my higher power said, as long as you say it exactly the way that I said it, there's no consequence. If I tell you to tell Jim to quit his job and open a Pizza Hut, that's what you say. Quit your job and open a Pizza Hut. You don't say, well, you might want to beef up your resume and then kind of look for another job. Have you ever thought about opening a business? That's not what they said. Pizza Hut may mean something to him. Maybe he always wanted to open a Pizza Hut. Maybe he liked pizza. Say it exactly the way that you receive it, and they'll understand it. One day, Don was doing a reading for me, and he said, I don't know how to say it. He said, it's just shit happens. And that meant something to me because that's what I say all the time. Shit happens. And so when he said it, it made sense in the reading. It was going to be a yucky week for me. He was just like, oh, this energy's bad. And they just wanted me. And that's how he said it. But it made sense to me. He didn't want to say it, but it made sense to me because that's something that I say all the time. So whatever you're receiving, just say it. Don't hold it in. If you hear a song, then say the song. That song means something to people. I love when spirit comes to me in a song because then I can go listen to the song and I can listen to the lyrics and I can be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And now I have another tune to add to my collection. Always want music. Music is always something that helps me to raise my vibration. It helps me to get into my meditative state, and it helps me to get through emotions. What if I'm having a bad day or a sad day? Maybe my boyfriend didn't call me back. Maybe I didn't get him a text message. So I go in, I listen to a sad song or a couple or two, and I process that emotion. Don't try to just get rid of the emotion like I'm just going to pack that away. I need to process it through. So I listen to this song, I let it process through. Now I'm on to something better, and my vibration is raised. Process the emotions that you're receiving. I'm not a person who likes to feel. So the first time they gave me the feels is when I was reading a 17-year-old kid, and the girl that he was dating left him for an older guy, and he was all sad and he started crying. I told my guys immediately, I don't like the feels. Don't give me the feels because I wanted to find the girl. Well, how dare you do that to him? He's a good boy. Why would you leave him for this person? It was an older guy. It was the older guy ended up being scummy and just wanted sex. And so he felt bad because he was so in love with this girl. And I didn't know that he wasn't 18 because I don't like to do little kids. And so we ended up, this is when we were early on starting out. And me and another friend named Tanisha, we decided to tag team and do an Instagram reading through video. And so I'm reading him, and I was like, I see this girl, blah, blah, blah. And then he kind of exited off screen a little bit, and I could see him rubbing his face, and he started crying. So now I got all the feels. Damn it. So I tell my people, I don't like the feels. Don't give me that emotion. I don't like the emotions, but you can tell them that you don't. They didn't stop giving me the emotions, just so you know. I still get the emotions. I just have to control them a little bit better. One of the things our mentor told us is you can tell your guys, I've had enough of that emotion. Maybe they're showing you somebody who was attacked, and you're like, oh, I can see the attack. And now you're like, oh, okay, I've had enough of that emotion. You just tell your guys, I've had enough of that emotion. I get it. I understand. Or show me a different way. There's been a time I've been given a reading and I'm explaining it to them and they don't get it and they don't get it. I'm like, show me another way. So then they give me another way. You control the amount of information that is coming to you and how you receive the information. So you decide how you want to receive it. Show me, speak to me, tell me, what does that feel like? What does that taste like? What is it like? There was a lady, she was the only person in the house that could smell cigar smoke in her house. Nobody else can smell it. I can smell cigar smoke. She found out the person who used to stay there died and they used to smoke cigars. this spirit was trying to connect to her. Nobody else in the family could do. Don't think that you're crazy. You may be a little bit, but don't think that the information that you're receiving means that you're crazy. Just receive it and then work through it. You're not going to always know what everything means. One of the things that our mentor also told us is that understand what you're feeling. If I'm doing mediumship and it's going to be someone's from the mom side, I get a pain or I get the feeling on my left side. Left for me is lady. That's how our mentor also receives it, but it may not be the same for you. Somebody else, it could be their right side is for the mom. So pay attention to what you're feeling. If you started a reading, you were in good spirits, and then you got a headache, you can ask them, do you have a headache? Were you having some kind of sinus issue? It may not be yours. Don't take it on as yours. Question why you're feeling what you're feeling. Question why you're receiving what you're receiving. If you get really, like when me and Don are doing readings, because we do Wednesday night live and we do free readings online. If it gets really hot in the room, Don's getting the spirit. And we're not even in the same room. He's in Scottsdale and I'm in Chandler area, and I'm hot in my house because he's receiving the spirit. So understand, you have to know sometimes that lets you spirit. For Don, I believe the older spirit is an older lady is cold, and then any other spirit is hot. So go ahead. You have a question?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, because I have seen spirits, and it was a young looking lady. I had a knowing that she died at 60.
Okay.
But I see, how do you know when you see a spirit and that's their age?
They present to you the way that they best thought that they looked, or however they want to be remembered. I've done a reading and they've showed me their childhood self, their teenage self, their grandmother self, because it's a memory that they're trying to convey to somebody else. So maybe they're showing me the younger version of themselves when they first met their wife. So maybe I'm doing a reading for the wife. The husband comes through and he shows me the younger version of himself, because that's when he thought he looked good. That's when he was all sexy. That's when she liked him. That's when she wanted him. Your spirits don't want you to remember them how they died. They want you to remember them at their best. And you can ask. You can ask.
But just say you're getting a spirit
Mhm.
when you're with somebody,
Uh-huh.
and they show you at 30,
Okay.
but they really died at 60.
Uh-huh.
How do you know? Is there a certain way you know? Like, okay, I'm getting a spirit, and I'm seeing a 30-year-old, but she died at 60. When you talk to the person,
You can ask. Question the spirit. Always question the spirit as to why they're presenting that way. Like,
how old are you?
how old are you? It could have been when, like, maybe my mom is presenting at 21. Maybe she died at 70, but she's presenting at 21 because that's when she gave birth to me. So that's why she's showing me 21, or that's when she thought she looked good. Because I'm gonna show y'all when I thought I looked good. I ain't gonna come to y'all in my deathbed. I don't want y'all looking at me like that. I want y'all to see me as when I look good. So they're going to present to you how they want you, or what the memory is that they're trying to convey. And you can always question. I've had people show me them in the casket. And I'll say, I'm getting an older woman. She had on pink, she had on a hat, she had on this, she had on that. Sometimes they'll do an association. They'll show me my grandmother and this lady. Okay, this is my grandmother on my mom's side. That's why they're showing it to me. One time they showed me a picture of my dad and they put a big red circle around and put an X through it, like a dad, but not the dad. So that's what I knew that meant. I had to understand that circle around meant like a father, but not the biological father. So they put an X through my dad's picture. So I knew it was a father relationship or that kind of parental relationship, but not the dad. And so I said, I'm seeing a male. I said, and I'll tell them they're showing me my dad, but they're showing me with the red circle around it and a X through it. So this is a father relationship, but maybe he wasn't the real dad. Oh no, he was my stepdad. Oh no, he was my mom's boyfriend, but he was like a dad to me. So you have to. It's all about interpreting the information that you're receiving. Always interpretation, and it could change over. Don't get used to it. Remember, water was salty in my mouth. Then it changed to emotions, then it changed to muddy, then it changed to clear. Your symbols will continue to grow over time. So you'll have to understand and interpret it. The more you use it, the better you'll get at understanding. Oh, this symbol means something else right now. Oh, this symbol means something else right now. And so that's why you have to talk and walk through it, because what it means to me may not be what it means to you. For me, if I see pink, that's my grandmother. For you, that could mean a baby girl. There was a lady I was reading one day, and I kept saying, I see a little girl. I said, do you have a little girl? She said, no, I have a little boy. I said, I keep seeing a little girl. They keep showing me a little girl with pink bows in her hair and a little polish. She said, I want a little girl. I said, do you want to name her something with the M name? She said, yes, they showed me two. I said, within 2 years, possibly you'll be having a baby. She says, I do want a little girl. I do want to give her an M name, and I do want to polish her nails. I do, I just want to do that thing. And she said, little boys are different. I don't love him less. I just want a little girl. I said, it's coming. So you have to understand why they're persistent. If they're persistent in showing you something, then you have to, you try to work through why they're showing it to you. Because I kept saying, do you have a daughter? And she's like, no, I don't have a daughter. I have a son. I'm like, well, why are you sending? And you can ask, why are you sending me this? Or why are you showing me this? And they'll use your symbols for you. Sometimes your symbols are sad. They wanted to show me miscarriage. So they took me in the birth canal. I've been some strange places, people. I've been in the birth canal. I've been in the birth canal, and they also showed me impotence. Don't do it. You don't want them to show you impotence. Exactly. You don't want them to show it to you. So in the birth canal, they showed me little tiny feet and a heartbeat, but no body. So I'm like, we're in class at this moment. My mentor sees that I'm in distress because I've never seen this before. I'm like, I just keep seeing little tiny feet and a heartbeat, but they're not showing me a body. And I feel like I'm in the birth canal. And so my mentor's looking at me and I'm like, I don't know what this means. So then she comes over to the person I'm talking to. She says, would you understand a baby that didn't survive? The lady just starts crying. Now I'm all emotional. I'd have made the poor lady cry. Lord have mercy. What is going on? The reason that they were showing me this is because they wanted her to get over the guilt of thinking that she did something wrong. When she had the miscarriage, they discovered a medical condition for her. They resolved the medical condition. The baby was never going to be alive. The baby was there so that they could discover the medical condition. She got pregnant. She lost the baby. They discovered the medical condition. The whole purpose of the baby was so they could discover the medical condition. But she was still guilting herself over what could I have done different, and they wanted her to know. But then I think Donna latched onto that same reading, and we found out that the baby was with the grandmother. Correct. So group reading. We all were in this group together, and then Don called onto the injury and said, oh, well, the baby looks like it's with the grandmother. So all different people can see different things. And you have to understand the symbols that you're getting. So now I know if they show me tiny feet, if they don't show me a body, that means a baby that didn't survive. I don't like it, but listen. And I told them, you don't have to take me back into the birth canal. You can just show me the womb. I don't need to go in, So you tell me what you want to see and how you want to see it. Any other questions right now, Juan?
And that is we're sitting in a room. I'm inside of the room. Yet I can be reading for the person that she's sitting in front of and not even knowing it because our energies connect. So you sometimes will connect to people's energies, like we connect in that way. And you're reading and the person in front of you is like, no. And then you, yeah, it's over here.
Oh, and me and Don are so in tune with each other like that. Like, oh my gosh.
Can you talk about the idea of advice giving?
Advice giving. Yes. One of the things that our mentor has told us, and I have practiced, is never tell people that they're going to die. I don't tell people that they're going to die. I don't tell people to get a divorce. I don't tell people to get a divorce. If I see that there's a situation where it looks like I've seen a divorce decree, and I'll be like, are we having some relationship problems? The first time I got the impotency thing, I was like, are we having some relational problems? I don't tell people to get a divorce. I'll say, I see moving on. So as far as advice, be mindful, because a lot of times we'll say this is for entertainment purposes only, but people take this information to heart and they believe exactly what you're saying. So that was one of the things she never said. Never tell people that they're going to die. Never tell people, that they have an illness. Go see your doctor. I see some trouble in your stomach area. You should go and check with your doctor. I don't give out medical advice, but maybe there's something going on in your intestines. Maybe there's something going on with your heart. Maybe there's something going on with your eyes. I think I was doing a reading. I was like, are you having a problem with your eyes? And they were like, oh yeah, dry eyes. So I never tell people about a medical condition. Go and have that check. Go and do this. Someone asked me, am I going to die before my husband? What? Or no, is my husband going to die before me because I'm waiting on him to die so that I can. What? Oh, okay. And so, and so I'm like, like, you know, you're caught in the moment and you're like, well, I see you living a long life. I don't see him next to you the whole time, but you know, I do see you having a fruitful life, single. I'm not going to tell her that yes, he is going to die. I don't know. Things change. And also remember that you're telling them something at a moment in time. If I tell you to quit your job and open that Pizza Hut and then you don't do it, and you're like, well, I never got the Pizza Hut. Did you quit your job and open the Pizza Hut? You have to have action on what it is. You have to do something to make it happen. You can change the outcome. I'm just seeing a moment in time. If I say that you're going to, like we've told people, like you might want to get your tires checked, you know, and then you don't get your tires checked, then you have a blowout, and then you're on the side of the road, and you're like, dang, he told me to get my tires checked, and I never did. You could have prevented that had you got your tires checked. Sometimes it's preventative for you. Sometimes it's to move you somewhere else. Someone told me that they were in a car and that their mom grabbed the wheel to keep them from getting into an accident. It's possible. You receive in all different kinds of ways. It's just you being open to receiving and saying it's okay for that person to come in or for that to come in. Like a lot of times I'll hear like I'll see, and this is so weird for this to be my grandmother. You know the Michael Jackson video of Billie Jean where the light where the sidewalk was. If I see that, I know that's my grandmother. It's the yellow brick road for her, and she's showing me how to get to money. That means that I am focused too much on money or lack of money. And she's like, I'm trying to show you how to get to the money. So I see it as the Michael Jackson steps. But I had to figure out that that's what that was. She's trying to show me how to get to the money. You have to interpret what you're receiving. So just understand that you may not understand what it is that you're receiving, but kind of talk through it. Why would she be showing me these Michael Jackson steps? Okay, that doesn't make sense. And then every time I see, and it may take you a couple times of receiving that. Like the first time I didn't get it, like Michael Jackson, I just wanted to go and listen to Billie Jean. I didn't know what the heck that mean. So then the next time I hear it, okay, now I notice I was thinking about money again. I was thinking about bills that had to be paid. Okay, so then I was like, okay, then my grandmother. So if I see 221, that's her old address. That means my grandmother's trying to contact me, or that I am feeling unsafe, or I'm feeling insecure, or I'm feeling that I need some kind of love, because everything goes back to my grandmother's house. That's where I grew up. If my dreams take me back to my grandmother's house, that means that I'm not feeling safe and secure in my waking life, and I need to figure out what's going on. And so that's her trying to comfort me. Any other questions? You look again. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when I do a reading, I
Mhm.
always feel it in my body.
Okay.
Like I did a missing person, and I actually was like about to throw up.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, so it's a two-part question.
Okay.
One, do you have to do a protection for when you feel it in your body? And two, how do you know? Because sometimes I'll be like a couple weeks ago, I'm like, I feel something in my mouth, and it was suicide, but I didn't know why I was feeling this. So kind of.
Okay, one. Remember I said I told my guys I don't like the feels. That don't mean they stopped giving me the feels. I just had to learn how to control them, or to tell them I've had enough. So you were like, oh, okay, I feel like throwing up. What did that mean to you when you wanted to throw up? Why were you wanting to throw up? What did you discover that meant?
I felt like he got beat up in the alley.
Okay.
And I was going through it.
Okay. So then you can say, show me a different way. I don't understand what that means. Show me a different way. So you tell them, okay, I'm feeling nauseous. I'm feeling like I want to throw up. But say this to your person, because they may understand he was throwing up blood. He got beat to the point where he was throwing up. So say what you're feeling. All of a sudden, I'm feeling like I want to throw up.
But when you feel it in your body, do you ask,
What that means, yeah.
what does that mean?
Remember, the first time that they wanted me to know that somebody died of a heart attack, they made my heart skip a beat. I was just like, whoa, I told the person I was reading, let me get some water. Hold on, I'm feeling my heart beating a little bit or whatever. And they were like, oh, he died of a heart attack. Oh, okay. So then I had to have a conversation with my guys. Can you tell me next time that that's what that means? Like, can you make my heart beat and then show them laid out in a casket so I know that that's what that means? And so you tell them how you want to receive the information. You like my one the other lady I told you, there was a domestic violence situation. She was like, I'm just tasting blood, and my nose is hurting, I'm getting all this pressure. Oh, the person says, oh, there was physical abuse. So now she knows that when she feels that, that's physical abuse.
I'm okay when I get it, because, but I just like, sometimes it's like it could be this or this,
Ask.
or should I be doing protection? Because I haven't been.
I do protection anyway, just in general. But if that's the way that they're trying to convey to you how somebody receives something or how somebody is feeling, then it's not necessarily a bad thing. They're not trying to hurt you. You just tell them you've had enough. Like, I've had enough of that emotion. But you can say, you know what? Don't give me any physical symptoms. You can tell your guys
I'm
that.
okay with it. I'm just wondering if I.
But I always do protection.
I
Anytime
know.
I'm going to, we learned in our class, you can imagine a bubble in your hand and you just spread it over your body all the way from head to toe and push it out as far as you want. The only thing that's in your bubble is you and your guys. You don't let any negative energy in. You don't let anybody else's energy in. So you put yourself in that bubble. Some people will take crystals with them. They'll have a crystal that they're holding while they're doing the reading or around them. I'll have the selenite wand with me sometimes when we're doing live readings because I need to clear my energy, and I'll just tap it against my forehead to clear my mind. I'll wave it in front of my face, to clear myself. I'll tap on my cards to clear the energy. I'll just say, I've had enough of that. Let's move on. Let's clear the energy in the space. Some people do sage. Some people do Palo Santo. You decide how you want to clear your energy or what works best for you, because what works for me may not work for you. We're all individual and we're all going to clear our energy different. Some people are like, oh, let me just get a glass of water. Let me just get a little bit of water to clear my energy or to hydrate myself. Always remember to hydrate yourself too. That makes you more receptive to it. If you're dehydrated, you're not really able to receive. So that's one of the, and it takes a lot out of you. Mediumship drains you a lot. Psychic abilities drain you a lot. So you have to stay hydrated in order to be able to receive. It tires you out. Sometimes a lot of us are hungry. Like, we'll get done doing a reading. Like, gosh, I'm starving. That's energy that you're exerting to contact these people or to get in touch with these energies. And I always ask permission before I tell you something. Have you, like, I've been somewhere and they've been like, tell this person such and such. I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to go and walk up to this person and tell them blah, 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 blah. And so I walk up to them and I'll be like, excuse me, is it okay if I tell you blah, blah, blah? So you have to get permission. Don't just go blurting out, listen, your grandmother's here and she wanted to know. Maybe you're not ready to receive your grandmother. So make sure that you get their permission before you do it. A lot of times we'll get love readings when we're doing live and they'll be like, I want to know how he feels about me. I do not tap into somebody's energy who's not there. If he wanted you to know how he felt, he would tell you. What if he came to me and asked me, I feel like I'm reading your diary, and so if John wanted Nancy to know how he felt, he would tell her. Don't come to me and ask me how John felt, because you're asking me to tap into somebody else's energy without their permission. And so I don't like doing that. And so but you set your boundaries. There are some people who thrive on love readings. You can go on YouTube and there's love readings everywhere. That's my personal preference. And that's also because I just don't like doing love readings. And that's just a personal preference, not for me. Because usually when there's a love reading, and in the case of online, it's a lot of people who are a little bit desperate, or they've never even met the person. They're just kind of imagining this relationship and they're asking me, how does he feel? But they've never even met the person. And so it was just easier for me to say, I don't do love readings, or I won't tap into their energy, so that I don't have to deal with that situation. You can say, I don't do medical questions. I say that a lot too. I can't diagnose you, but I can tell you, I see a pain here. You set your boundaries for how you want to give out the information that you receive. And so it's all about you deciding how you want to receive it, how you want to interpret it, and how you want to give it back out to the person. Always do it. I always set the intention for my readings that is for the highest and greatest good, and that I do no harm. I never want to tell you something that is going to do you harm. Now, if we bring up something traumatic, then that's just us working through your trauma. I'm not going to gossip with you. I want to give you something that is meaningful. And so you set the stage as to how you want to give or how you want to use your abilities. Maybe you only want to do mediumship reads, or you only want to do psychic reads, or you only want to do readings for career and finance. You don't want to do relationship. You decide how you want to use it's your gift. You don't have to use it in any way you don't want to. People are that, and then you have to learn how to interpret what they're asking you. I had someone ask me before, um, I'm going through a custody battle with my son's father. We have a PPO. It's going to expire next week. Is he going to give me any trouble? I'm like, I'm looking through. Spirit says no. She wants to know if he still loves her. I had to interpret from what the question she asked. She wanted to know, even though there was abuse in there, does he still desire her? Does he still want to be with her? So what she said was, is he going to give me trouble when the PPO is done? What she meant was, does he still want me? Is he seeing somebody else? Is he over me? And so when I said that, she was like, you're right. You know, I'm kind of not over it. I know I should be. And so then what we do is we shift it to, maybe you should call the domestic violence hotline. Maybe you should get with a group of people who understand domestic violence. They can give you some and can give you some tips on how to get over an abusive relationship or work through the trauma of an abusive relationship, or how to disconnect from those emotions. So it's you interpreting what you're receiving from that person and knowing it, and you only have a few minutes because they're sitting right in front of you and they're saying this, but this is what they mean. And you have to understand. There's people who've asked us one question and what they really wanted was a medical diagnosis. And you're like, no, what you want to know is, do you have cancer? I'm not telling you that. I'm not telling you that. And so
You triggered one thing really good, and that is, it's funny because somebody will start a reading where they want to know about something like about an emotion, and the next thing you're explaining what the situation is, and now they're defending the person they just dogged, and you're like,
I've had it. I've had it.
yes, you're thinking what?
There, you're like, no, this person was a little bit mean to you. I kind of get some abuse. For me, domestic violence, they show me I can Tina Turner. I deal with what I get. I deal with, that's how they show it to me. They show me I can Tina Turner. So I'll be like, was there some domestic violence? And I'd rather take that than feeling the punch of the nose like my friend receives it. So that's how they show it to me, is I can Tina Turner. And so I'll be like, was there some physical abuse in there? Or they'll show me somebody yelling and screaming at somebody. And I'll be like, was there some kind of emotional or verbal abuse in there? And then you're saying, well, why would you want to be with this person? Or like I think one of the people we were reading, she said, I really want him to have parenting time, but I don't want to have any contact with him. No, she did want to have contact with him. What she wanted to know was he kind of sort of possibly getting his life together and they could possibly reunite. They were both using the children. I want to move, I'm going to move away. So she'll tell him, I'm going to move away. He'll say, no, I want to see my kids. You better not go anywhere. So he was using the kids to say, you better not leave. And she was using the kids to say, I'm going to leave. But it was basically just to stay connected to each other. They were both using the kids, but you have to interpret the information and you have to be nice about it, because people will start defending. Well, he's not like that. And he's this and he's that. But you just told me that there was domestic violence and you have a PPO. For me, that's the end of it right there. The judge broke us up. As soon as I had to get the PPO, it's over for me. I don't want to be with someone who's doing it. But again, you have to understand the trauma bond, the abuse, the law. And so you have to be nice. And so we keep that domestic violence number on the ready. Maybe you should contact the domestic violence situation. Maybe you need something that is beyond the care. You don't necessarily need a reading. You need to get with some people who will help you work through the trauma. A lot of times we're just a resource to somebody else, or to help you to get something else, or to help them to realize. I've been on it and they were like, you know what, you're right. And they realize in that moment, I should be thinking better. I should be thinking more highly of myself. And so sometimes we're just interpreting things that they already knew, but gave them confirmation on.
And then one more thing. People you read for, you got to be ready for them to be liars. Because you may have brought up something that they're not comfortable talking about, or they're comfortable, but they don't want to be totally honest with it. And so when you're saying, my symbols are saying this, you have to have the confidence in what you're reading and what you're getting, and just stay to it and say, well, that's what I'm getting. I understand that, but this is what I'm getting. And then leave it at that. You don't have to push it any further, but they know that what you got is right. But they're like, no, they're like, oh, okay, fine, that's what we got.
And sometimes I'll try to use a comedy route. I'll be like, well, either you or spirit is not telling me the truth. And I don't know you personally. I can only go by what spirit is telling me. So, you know, like one of you are not telling me the truth. And I trust that they're telling me the truth. And so you have to understand that they're not always going to take, but you have to be ready. You have to be ready. You only have a minute and you have people right in front of you and you can't be like, you're a liar. I know that that's not true. You can't say, you can say that, but I wouldn't recommend you saying that. So you have to have these quick comebacks, but it comes with practice. Me and Don have had some doozies online to the point where we're like, what? Like when someone says, when my husband gets out of jail, is he still gonna want to be with me? And you can see the 8 of Cups, and you can see him just, you can see him as a bird in a cage. And when they open a cage, he just flies away. And you see the 8 of Cups. How do I tell you? No, he's going to leave you. The only reason he's with you is because you are his financial resource while he's in there. As soon as he get out, he has freedom. That's the cage bird being released. That's the 8 of Cups, him walking away. How do I tell you that in a nice way? Because you don't want to hear it.
And it's
So
interesting how many people come back later and they're like,
you were right.
they just
Yeah.
weren't comfortable at that moment
Yeah.
of admitting it or whatever.
I had a lady cuss us completely out. Literally, I said, you're a little bit of drama. They're showing me like Starbucks and you didn't get your Starbucks right. She called me every kind of BITCH in the book. She went off, told me I was jealous of her because she was pretty, because she was rich. I said, I don't even know you, lady. And I literally said before I told her, I said, you're a little bit of a drama queen. You seem to be, I said, they're showing me like you get Starbucks and it's not hot enough. The temperature's not right. It didn't have enough froth on it. It didn't have this. And so this is what they're and I said, and believe, I said, I don't know you. So I'm just going by what they're showing me, but you seem to be a little bit of drama. And that's why this person is moving on. The person had brought his new girlfriend to her house.
No, you said
Sent the new girlfriend to her house. He sent the new girlfriend. And so she was mad at us because we're telling him, well, I think he was sending her over to break up with you. Like he was done with you, your drama. And so I'm telling her this. And so she's mad at me and she cussed me out, like severely cussed me out and on there. We ended up blocking her online, but I was just like, hold on. Because I literally was like, did you just call me a B? Hold on, lady. I don't even like, but you also have to keep your composure. You have to, exactly. You have to maintain your composure too, because sometimes you'll get in defensive mode and be like, hold on, you ain't about to talk to me like that. You're not about to disrespect me. And so you have to walk yourself back and be like, hold on, they're feeling victimized because you're telling them this is that. But I immediately said, when I said that you're a little bit of drama, I don't know you personally, so I'm only telling you what I see. They don't always want to hear that. So you have to be ready. Yes, ma'am. Were you about to ask me something? Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am. Don't feel bad. As many questions as you have, I love it.
Do you want to touch base on meditation? Do you have a favorite meditation for psychic or mediumship development?
Oh my gosh, I have so many of them now. Remember when Don was up here and he was talking about the affirmations, and I said, can you use it as a mantra? Sometimes I'll be having, I'll need that as my meditation. Like I'm having a bad day or I'm getting ready to do a reading for somebody and I can tell their energy is already heavy, because sometimes you'll connect with their energy before you actually connect with them, and I know the energy is heavy, and I'll just start repeating my affirmation over and over and over like a mantra, and that'll raise my vibration. I'll listen to music, I'll call in, I'll do a protection over myself. Please protect me from whatever energy is. Please help me to deliver this message to them in a way that they can receive it. Because not only am I just delivering it, but in a way that they can receive it. I can tell you all day, but if you're not receiving it, then I'm just talking. You're not understanding. I might as well be speaking to you in a different language. So in a way that they receive it. One of my meditations is walking. Sometimes before I go on a walk, before, like I know I have a reading tomorrow. So before I get ready to do her reading, I'll go for a walk. And I'll call in my guys. Is there any information you have for such and such? Is there anything specific you want me to tell such and such? Is there anything that she needs to know? And so I'll call in that energy before. That's why I like to give myself a little bit of time in between. I don't want to do like an hour read, then an hour read. Give yourself a little buffer in between so that you can clear that energy out, so you can meditate a little bit on the energy that's coming in. So I like to call in my guys or ask what is there specifically that they need to know. Another thing for meditation, sometimes I'll just listen to rain. Rain is soothing for me. So I'll be like, okay, I'm about to do this reading. Let me sit down. Let me just listen to rain. Let me do my breathing. Let me clear my space. clearing your space is good. So let me set up everything the way I need it. Let me get my water. Let me get some ice. Let me get my selenite wand. Let me get my little my little singing bowl. Let me get all the cards that I want to use. Let me make sure my audio is right. Setting the mood and not being rushed. Have you ever had to do a reading and you just ran right in? It was like 5 minutes to go. I got to do this reading. You're a little bit rushed. It takes you a minute to settle in. So you want to be a little bit before you do it. So I like to set the mood, so to speak, for the reading that I'm about to do. And again, that could be lighting candles. I like the smell of incense. To me, it reminds me of the temple and how they used to do it in the Bible, and the aroma was pleasing to God. So I love incense, black ice, dragon's blood. All of those are really, really nice. They have them out there too. So I like to burn an incense before I start reading because I just like the smell of it. And it gets me in that mood. I like to have, again, my water, whatever it is. I don't like to have a lot of sugary things because, again, sugary things dehydrate you and you also have to use the bathroom. The last thing you want to do is be ready to go to the bathroom and you're trying to do a reading or, for God forbid, have to. Can you give me a minute so I can go to the bathroom? Do you really think that? And when the information comes to me, the spirit guides are just boom, 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 boom. I usually tell people, look, you can record this or listen fast because when it comes to me, my readings are super fast usually sometimes because the information is coming so fast to me that I'm trying to get every single word out to you. I usually only pull cards for my sitter because they like to visually see. My guides show me the cards. That's another tool for your abilities. When I first started trying to learn the cards, I was frustrated because I couldn't memorize all 78 cards. I what does that mean? What does this mean? I can't remember. So I was more frustrated with the cards than using them for them. But one of the things we did in class was she used to give you a card and then you hold the card. And then when it's time to read, you give me the card and I just hold it and read the energy off the card. I don't even look at the card. I just get the energy off the card. And so over time, my guide told me that was easier for me. And then they just started showing me the cards. I'm seeing the 8 of Cups. That means somebody's walking away. That means that something is over. That means it's time to move on. This is an emotional situation. I do the cards for my sitter to see, not for me, because my guides show me my cards. But you'll develop your own relationship with your guides or your higher power or your spirit team, and they'll show you or give you the information in a way that's good for you to receive it. Maybe you need to write things down. If you ever watch Alison Dubois, when she's doing a reading, she writes everything down. Some people are just scribbling. Some people are drawing. So there's a lady who draws during your reading, and she comes out with beautiful artwork. So it's you being able to receive however is best for you and whatever calms you down and gives you your confidence. So whatever makes you feel good. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
So something that I've been doing for a while now is I say to myself when I start feeling bad energy, I say, okay, I reject any and all energies out of my own making, not for my highest and greatest good.
Exactly.
And then something else I picked up is to say that I set the intention I only connect with my spirit guide, my spirit teams.
Exactly.
So when you get your messages for a reading, do you get that from your spirit guides or do you get it the spirit who you're reading for?
Oh, okay. So usually I have a whole speech that I give them. I said, okay, if you hear me say they is higher power. That's the God source because not everybody says God. So I'll say God, I'll say universe, I'll say Holy Spirit, I'll say they. That is the collective God source. So if they hear me say they, that's the God source. If you hear me say it could be your ancestor. So I welcome their ancestors in. Like I said, before the reading, I call in everybody. I call in my spirit guides. I call in the God source. I call in my higher self because maybe there's something in my higher self, which for me, my higher self is different than my God source. That's a different energy for me. And they all appear to me different. They all speak to me different. I receive them differently. I call in my ancestor team. I call in their ancestor. I call in my ancestor team for protection because when I call in my ancestor team, they all show up in a semicircle around me with the shield. So I call in my ancestor team for protection. you use your own protection. That's my protection. That's how I call it. So when I get ready to do the reading, I say, okay, like on my way over here, I knew I had to do readings. I said, I call in my God source. I call in my higher power. I call in my ancestors. I call in the guides of the people that I'm going to read so that they can receive the information. I call in all pure positive energy from the God source. That's what I say. So I ask for pure positive. And then when you get ready to start the reading, you can put the bubble over you and say, I repel any energy that is not of the God source, or that is a negative energy, or that is a demonic energy. I usually don't say the word demonic because I feel like if I say it, then I kind of acknowledge it. So I just say negative energy, but that's your choice to say how you want to say it. And so again, you receive from who's ever available. That's why I don't really like to say I do mediumship readings, because you'll come in and you want dear old grandmama to come talk to you, and grandmama doesn't want to talk. Your uncle on your dad's side is there, and that's not who you want to talk to because he was mean to you or he was strict or whatever. So I tell people I'll give you a psychic reading, and if someone from deceased comes up, then I'll do it. Some people are able to just slip right into mediumship. I was going to say that's not my skill, but per our mentor, don't say that. I say I'm getting better at mediumship. So my mediumship is growing and I'm able to receive spirits better, but I try not to. I don't want you to come in thinking that dear old grandmama's going to come, and then maybe she's not going to come, or maybe somebody else is going to come, and that's not what you wanted. So I don't like for you to pay for a strict mediumship read. You could pay for psychic, and if your loved ones come in, like I did a psychic reading for a friend, and all of her deceased relatives came in the order that they died. Her dad died when she was in high school, so he came in first. Then her mom, or was it her mom that? No, her mom died while she was in high school, so she came through first. And then the dad tried to come in because he died next, and the mom said, "I'm not done." So now I got the mom and the dad arguing, but they were funny like that. And so mom's like, "No, I'm not done." So I had to wait for mom to finish what she was doing, and then dad came in, and then her sister came in. The thing that they were trying to show me is that she had not grieved any of them. She had had people dying in her life since she was 17. She's well into her 30s. She had not grieved any of them properly, and they wanted her to grieve them. Just go ahead and grieve them. She was staying busy so she wouldn't have to grieve them. She was always doing something for somebody else. We call her the town crier. She goes to every funeral in the city. She knew Uncle 15 people down my line had died before we did. "Oh, I went to the funeral day, your uncle such and such." I'm like, I don't even know who that is. We've never heard that person. She doesn't want anybody else to feel that grief. So instead of grieving them herself, she goes and comforts families all the time. But what they wanted her to know is she needed to grieve each one of them. But somebody else would die before she would grieve the other one. So she had three, and these are very intimate: mom, dad, sister. Now she's the only one, so she feels like an orphan. She has no more sisters. She has no more brothers. It's just her, and both parents are dead. And people are steady dying. And so her way to deal with that is to just keep going to funerals. And so it's you receiving your information and being able to interpret it. How would I know that that's what that meant? I had to ask them why they were coming, and then they told me. And then sometimes, like I have to differentiate. Okay, this is grandma talking, but now I hear a different voice. That's my God source interpreting what grandma is saying. Because sometimes they're intertwined. Usually my guides don't come in during somebody else's reading. They're usually personally for helping me to work through my own stuff. And so usually my own personal guides don't come through. But like, again, my ancestors are protection. And then I call in their guides, my higher power, and whoever else. I even call in archangels. I call in the archangels too, because sometimes the archangel will speak and you'll be like, "Oh, I see archangel, blah, blah, blah." And then I'll tell them, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I pray to that person all the time." You have to be able to receive a lot of times, because my foundation was very strong in religion, they'll give me parables off the Bible. And then I'll explain it to them, because a lot of the people that I read are still in religion, but tiptoeing into psychic ability. And so I'll explain it to them as a Bible story. And then they'll be like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense to me." And so like sometimes they'll be like, "But I keep praying, or like I keep asking for a sign and then I don't get it." So then they'll give me the story of Gideon. Gideon is the person who he says God told him to to get ready for battle, he'd had victory. He said, okay, Lord, I kind of trust what you're saying. But if I'm going to win this battle, I'm going to put this cloth out there, and I want the cloth to be completely wet and all the ground around it to be dry. Next morning, cloth wet, ground is dry. So he said, I kind of believe you. This time I want the cloth to be dry and the ground all around it to be wet. So the next day he got it. So that's for me to teach you how to ask for what you want, how you want to receive the symbol. He got exactly what he wanted. He asked the Lord to make the ground dry and the cloth wet. So he got. Then he said, okay, make the cloth wet and the ground dry, and he got it. So don't be afraid to ask them to redo it or to give it to you a different way or to give you confirmation. You're still learning. You don't know it. You don't know everything. I still be like, can you give it a different way? Can you tell me this? Can you come to me in my dreams? Can you give it to me in a song? Sometimes I'll, show me an image of what that means. You can speak to them and tell them how you want to receive, but it's you developing that intimate relationship with them. If you don't develop that relationship, then you don't know how to interpret what you're receiving or who you're receiving it from. You could get a false spirit that comes in and you're like, wait, is this my God or who is this? And so you have to have that intimate relationship with them to be able to trust what they're giving, because it's you trusting that the information that you're receiving is accurate. Any other questions?
I was going to say the best way to make sure your information is accurate, because we are always learning. Because last week you told you the vocabulary is a learned vocabulary. Her psychic vocabulary is harder than mine, than yours, than yours. And so the best way to do it is by doing readings and asking, and then they'll give you confirmation. This is what I'm thinking. This is what I feel. This is what I'm being told. This represents. Is that the case? Does that resonate with you? No, it doesn't resonate with me. Okay, so I'm learning that maybe that's not my sign for that. Or better yet, confirmation. Yeah, it's exactly what I'm thinking. The next time you read and you get that same sign or that same symbol or that same whatever, you again say, this is what I'm getting. Does it resonate? If the second person has a disconnected person from the same situation, it's the same thing and has the same feeling or it resonates the same way, then you know you've just learned a symbol or a signal or a word. And that's how you go together. You, as a psychic, you will not be, in my opinion, at your best unless you have practiced and practiced, because that's how you truly learn your craft and your symbols. It's like a child. If a child does not speak, how do they learn how to say a word? If a child does not, if they're not taught this is hot dog, how do they know it's hot dog? It's the same thing. I mean, it seems at a very basic level, but it isn't. It is reality, and that's how you do it. It's a learning process, and it is a get it wrong. As a psychic, you should be happy with wrong as well as right. Because if it is mistaken, that means you're getting redirected to say, okay, let me see another way that works. And then you're like, oh, okay, so now it wasn't that, but it is this. You don't, being wrong is not a bad thing. Because again, it's that process of learning to get it.
And then okay, so sometimes you'll get somebody who's just dead. They're not giving you any emotion. They're not giving you any feedback. And you're like, well, am I right? Am I on track? Should I keep going? Is this story far-fetched? Is this like Jonah and the whale? Does it seem unbelievable? So my guide gave me goosebumps to let me know when I'm on right track, because I used to be so nervous. And now I've lost track of the whole reading because I don't know if I'm telling them right. They're not giving me any feedback. Am I right? Am I this? Am I that? And they're not saying anything. So now I've lost all track of the reading. My confidence is shook. Now the reading is going all to heck. So in order to give me my confidence when I'm on the right track, even if you're not telling me I'm on the right track, I get goosebumps. And so that would happen to me over and over again. I'd be like, oh, okay, that's what that means. Goosebumps means that I'm on track, even if you're not telling me on track. And it'll happen a couple of times when you are on track and you're like, oh, okay, goosebumps means that I'm on track because I just confirmed with you that was correct. And listen, don't think you're a bad reader when you get a dead fish. And that's what I call it, a dead fish. They just give you or they're sitting like this because they want to know if you're a real reader, if you're a real psychic, if you really know what you're talking about. They're just waiting. They don't have any questions. They don't have any expression. They're kind of shut off. They're not even allowing you into their energy. Now you got to fight through their energy, through this wall that they put up to see what it is that they're receiving. And so maybe you say, I see a little dog. I didn't have a little dog. They immediately shut you down. So then you're like, okay, well, okay, it wasn't a little dog. But they didn't, like, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes they're just waiting to shut you down because I don't believe that you're a real psychic. And so you have to deal with all that because you got all those emotions going through too, because I'm still trying to build my confidence. So you might want to start with people that you know a little bit. But you know what? I'm a little bit weary of dealing with people that I know too well, because then I'm going through, am I really reading this, or is this because I know this person? Like, is my sister really having these childhood crises, or because I know what her childhood was like? Like, what is really going on? And so if you're too familiar with them, you start questioning, is this really what spirit is telling me, or is this me putting my own interpretation on it? So the more you practice, the more you'll be like, no, this is spirit. I wouldn't have thought of this. This isn't me. Or sometimes you have to say, remove me from it completely. And I always tell people, once I started reading, it's none of me and it's only what I'm receiving. And you can also tell people it's too early for a new reading. You need to wait some time, because I had a lady who was getting a reading every couple of weeks. She wanted a new reading and she was paying. And I was just like, oh, well, nothing's really changed. And so it was mostly me fighting through what I had already told her to see. You have to give the reading time to work out. You know, like you have to give it some fluid. Like I may tell you something today, you think it's going to happen tomorrow. Case in point, I had a friend. We were doing readings in class. I told her that I was like, I see you getting this job. You're going to be the one dropping the hammer. You're going to be the one in control. I see you writing policy. She didn't say yay or nay on it either way. She was like, well, I like my job where I'm at now. I don't see me moving. She didn't discount it. She didn't discredit it. She didn't keep asking me about it. She moved on with her life. 18 months later, exactly what I said happened. 18 months later. Imagine that, all that time that and so when it actually happened, they contacted her to say, hey, we have this position, we want you to do it, blah 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 blah. She said immediately she heard the reading that I gave her in her head again, but it was 18 months later. And so sometimes it doesn't happen as soon as you do it. Sometimes they'll give you time. Maybe I'll tell you, you know what, in 2 weeks I see you having a job interview. If you never put your resume out there, then maybe you won't have the job interview. If you never heal from the trauma, or you never done what you were supposed to do, then maybe it won't happen in 2 to 3 weeks. Time is relative. So I'm a little bit weary about time. I'll say, oh, it's spring because I see tulips. Spring could be March, April, May. I'm not giving you a whole time. I'll be like, they're showing me dates tick off the calendar. That means time is going to pass. They're showing me winter. That means if we're in summer now and winter, this is going to happen in the next season, or in a season to come at a future time. So it's just you interpreting what you're receiving. Okay. Any other questions? And y'all know I'll talk all day.
I know.
Go ahead. No, you're no problem.
Okay. So what I'm doing with my readings, psychic or the other, to be clairvoyant, I close my eyes a lot.
Okay. I do that too.
Okay.
It's okay. I do it too, unless you think they're going to steal out your purse.
Sometimes I've had to Google an answer that I got because I didn't know the meaning of, like, I didn't understand the meaning of a mold species, and my person's right with me, and I say, I'm a little embarrassed. I just very honest. So I'm a little embarrassed. I've seen thousands of people. I've never seen. I do an allergy elimination protocol, so it's not psychic and it's not cards. I'm actually on a database with 60,000 triggers of over response.
Okay.
Okay. So I come up with, and I feel totally embarrassed and exposed in front of this person, and I say, this mold that I've never seen come up on a human in all the thousands of treatments and assessments I've done is coming up. Do you mind if I just Google it?
Yeah.
So then I Google it, and then I'm even more embarrassed, and I say, oh, Pam, I'm really embarrassed. I'm going to read, I'm going to be brave. I'm going to read what this is. It doesn't, I can't figure out why it would make sense. Tell me if it makes sense to you. So then I read, this is a mold that grows where herbivores poop, and it's in ponds, in agricultural ponds. And it turns out that she's been unwell since she was 10 years old. She's 62 years old now, and no one's ever learned what was wrong with her. And she was swimming in ponds when they had a cattle ranch.
Exactly. And had you not looked that up, you'd have never figured that out.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
and that's okay.
It's use all resources. Just say what comes, because sometimes they'll tell you why.
Exactly.
It makes sense.
Exactly.
And now she can detox. She's on
supplements through her acupuncturist, and she's on antimicrobials.
Now, what if your
She's
ego
well.
had a got in there and you like, I don't know what that is, blah blah blah. But you were confident in your ability enough to be like, look, let me just look this up. I don't know what this means. You know, to at least look it up. You could have been like, I don't know what that is. I don't know why this is coming up. I just don't know. But you looked it up. You gave her the answer, and now you've resolved her issue.
And
So
now
it's
she
all
can
about
go on and
exactly
help herself heal.
confidence in how you receive and distribute the information. You were able to be like, let me look that up. I just don't know enough about it. There's a guy that I read online. I mean, that I listen to. His name is Nicholas Ashbop, and he'll tell you. One day this kind of flower came up and I had never heard of it. I had to look it up before I came on here to do the live to know what it means. And it's just about being prepared, or just about making sure that you do no harm, or that you kind of are giving accurate information out. I'm a person who likes a lot of details. So when I receive information, it's a lot of details. They may tell me the age of the person, the name, the initials of the person, the birth date of the person, the sign of they might give me all these little details because I'm a detailed person. But for you, they may tell you in medical terms, they may tell you in gardening terms, they may tell you in recipe terms, because it's your database. What are you familiar with? And as you grow it, you'll get more things like you know, you'll get more terms that you can use, that you can understand. And so it's good. I love it. Like, it's never a dull moment. You're always receiving, you're always learning, and you're always growing. And the more that you hook up with people, like I always tell people, look, if you feel free to call me and pull a card for me every day, I don't have a problem with it. You can read me every single day, and I'll give people, because it builds your confidence up, you know. And they'll be like, I saw grapes today. What is it? Grape? Oh, I wanted some grape pop, and I can't have grape pop because, you know, it'll make my blood sugar high, blah, 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 blah. But if they hadn't said it, then they wouldn't know that that's what that meant. Always say what you mean, but also practice on people who you're familiar with or who'll give you honest feedback and who'll help you to grow. And so, like I always tell people, feel free to pull cards from me. Take a screenshot of the cards and send it to me and tell me what you think the interpretation is. You probably are spot on. You don't know that. I could be having a bad day. I could be having a good day. I could be, you know, about to meet Mr. Right, and you saw him in the Knight of Wands. I'm like, oh, okay, well, let's see. You know, just be okay with it. Find a group of people who'll let you do it. I have a friend who told me no, flat out. She was afraid of it. She didn't know what I was going to tell her. And so she didn't want me to read her. And she never did let me read her. But find people who let you read them. Or a group. Come to our Tuesday nights. Any other questions? All right. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed it. It was fun. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And what you said? Yep. Even if it's a purple unicorn, say it, because you never know. I think that happened to me one time, and they had a purple unicorn on their keychain. So say it, whatever it is, just say it. Allow it to be whatever it is.
I just click and drag when the muscles drop.
There you go. Let it go.
They get better, and they usually do. But yeah,
confidence.
Sorry, it's not cards, guys. I'm kind of a weirdo.
But everything is a tool. That's your tool.
Yeah,
that's your database. Tool. That's how you work on whatever it is. Some people prefer to use Pinterest. There you go.
I'm kind of feeling an overlap.
Some people like it better. You say you're very intuitive. I don't always tell people they're psychic.
I don't know how
you're very intuitive.
Their body talks is what I say.
Exactly.
Their muscle testing talks.
Exactly. And people get stuck on terms. And so sometimes if they don't like that term, that's why I started saying they. I'll be like, well, God said, and then if you don't believe in God, now you're mad at me because I done brought religion into it. Or you're religious and I said the universe. Why are you saying the universe? What do you mean by spirit? Well, I had a religious person who was knock out, drag out, mad at me because I kept saying spirit. And I'm like, well, you're a religious person. Don't you believe in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost? So if I'm saying spirit, it's the Holy Ghost. Who else would you think it would be? And so then they were like, oh. Okay, so that's when I started saying they, because I just didn't like to get into that. Yeah, people get upset over word choice. Yeah. And so you just have to know. And sometimes you can read like, oh, okay, they'll show me this person is really religious. So I'll go into my religious database. This person is not very religious. I'll go into more of a spiritual side. Sometimes you'll get that energy and you'll know this person's really resistant. Let me tiptoe around the words that I use and make sure that they're comfortable and get a whole, or I'll tell their higher power, give me a lot of things that are confirmation for them. like things. And so the more confirmations you give them, the more they'll open up to you. And now the energy is flowing. Or sometimes just ask questions. If you're not getting any connection, you can ask questions. Okay, well, tell me about this or tell me about that. And then that'll get the energy flowing. Or sometimes I'll just be like, you know what, we're not connecting and I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to reach you. And then you don't have. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Here you go, Don. Thanks, Don.
Well, folks, that is the Psychic Fair over here at the JSS Psychic Fair over here at Awakenings. Hope you all had a good time out there watching. I will chop this video up, this extended video, and we will have segments of this posted to the website on JSS. You can watch some of these talks and right in your own house from time to time, repeat them and learn from them. And we appreciate you all popping online and watching us while we did our thing. So with that said, now go out and spend the rest of the day enjoying yourself. We'll talk later. Bye-bye, everybody.